Speaker, the issue of diaspora voting, not essentially we deter, we don't allow them to vote. No, there is a constitutional provisions that is already section 39.
Order, honorable members. Honorable member for Lower Salem.
Allow me to come to my point of order, please.
Lower Salem, take your seat. Honorable members, order, please. Member for Lower Salem. You know you're out of order. Please continue.
Very much, Speaker. Thank you very much. He's just wasting my time. This is what he has done on Monday. He came with point of order, which is not relevant to what he's saying. Honorable Speaker, people allow people to express their opinion. Honorable Speaker, I talk about supplementary registration. Let those who are not Gambian, we don't want to see them in the Gambia for this supplementary registration. Honorable Speaker, ID card is an issue still now, particularly those in the Gambia. You apply for ID card, it goes for 5 months, 6 months, you cannot lay your hands on your ID card. And they are going, what process? You are going outside to give ID cards to people. Your own people are here, they cannot access ID card. You try to solve problems here before going out. Honorable Speaker, our people in Pony, we said here, they are also Gambian. Schools close. People move from one community to another. Huh? So I think people should try, the government should try, and if I say people, I said government should try and take the responsibility. Always to be there, patrol there. Be there always. Let the security be there always. So that they will feel comfortable to stay there peacefully. Yeah. Honorable Speaker, I'm going straight. As I said, anytime you are speaking, Honorable Speaker, you have to talk about the achievements and also talk about the challenges. But you don't just only come and start telling people, yes, government did this, government did that. Yeah, but yes, it's good that the government has built roads. Yes, they have electricity all over, even in my constituency. Yes, good number of the communities have electricity. Yes, that's good. But still, there are villages that electricity, Honorable Speaker, that did not have roads. That did not have roads. But Honorable Speaker, education, yes, they have done a lot in education in terms of providing staff quarters, accessibility. Yes, they have done all those things. But Honorable Speaker, still there is a gap. We must say those gaps. Science is a problem. Science equipment is a problem, Honorable Speaker. Look at the whole CRR North. If people want to do science experiment, they have to go to Kauru. Kauru is the only place, CRR North. How many senior schools are there? Those gaps need to be closed. Those gaps need to be closed. I will not say anything here that I cannot substantiate it. Go to those schools and see. That's why if you are saying something, you have to say something which you know that you can at least, when they put you corner, you can be able to say the truth. Go. Science is a big problem in those areas. Honorable Speaker, health is a problem. Yes, they are trying a lot. They are trying a lot. But still now, anytime referral from Bansang to Ban, since colonial days, Honorable Speaker, those things should be stopped. They have to train more personnel so that those personnel can take care of those issues. Not that every time coming to Banjul here, not everybody have where to stay in Combo here. Go to the hospitals. You see people sleeping on the floor, outside. Yes, you see. Our health sector, Honorable Speaker, there is an issue, even ambulance. Yes, they have provided ambulance, but still there are communities that have ambulance. Those communities are taking charge of those ambulances. They are paying their drivers for the salary. No. Yes. No.
Thank you. The member for
Okay, thank you.
Foni
Hey, I'm
Bondali,
telling
you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also take part in this adjournment debate. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Vice President and the members of the Cabinet here. Honorable Speaker, politics can be funny at times, or politicians can be funny at times. When things are going very smoothly and nice, they will praise the government. They will say that the government did this, the government did that. But if things are going the other way around, they'll blame the previous government. So I think we've changed to correct the wrongs that were happening before. So if you want to still compare yourself with the previous government, this means that it's funny. We are not moving. All right. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to first thank the Ministry of Higher Education together with Basic for the tremendous job they are doing. But I can see the members are praising them here, but they still need support, and then let us add into their cover so that they can do what the good job they are doing. Honorable Speaker, going to trade. There was a time when we passed a law here, a labor agreement between Gambia and Spain and Saudi Arabia for our young people to go and work in them countries, which is a very fine idea to prevent irregular migration. Honorable Speaker, we can say maybe this does not go as planned because a very good chunk of them has left their posts and then get into another area of that country. Honorable Speaker, we have very passionate youths here in the country who have the skills and the determination to do their work here in the country, but what they lack is support. So I think these youths are the people that the Ministry of Trade should target in their various communities or constituencies. For instance, in my area, I have two trainees from the Shanghai there in Xiamen who are absolutely doing fine, but they really lack support. So if these people are supported, they can even add to the economic of the nation or even create employment around that end. Honorable Speaker, going to youth and sport. Honorable Speaker, I'm sure many Gambians did watch our game with Senegal yesterday, and then we all see that our boys really did well there. And I was not even thinking they will do what they did yesterday. It was an absolutely top class performance from our boys. Honorable Speaker, Senegal really invested in that area. So for our government also to take that bold step, for them to invest in that area very well. At the end of the day, we'll see the benefit from it, because majority of Senegalese players who are playing there, most of them people are playing in Europe. Most of them people are playing in Europe in major leagues. So for us to help our youths, and then especially that will also address this irregular migration, because some of them youths are going there to see themselves playing in those top leagues. So they will also risk their lives just to cross and go to Europe. If we have them infrastructures in the country here, maybe they will not even embark on that journey. They will see to it that there is a dream also here, or there is also hope in their country. Honorable Speaker, and then also maybe the ministry together with GFA should also put our leagues as a professional league, so that these players also will see themselves as professional footballers and be paid very good monies. Honorable Speaker, in the same ministry, NEDI is absolutely doing well in trying to help these young people, both boys or both males and female, in their previous in their area of expertise, entrepreneurship and other things. So supporting this Ministry of Youth and Sport, it will really, really help us in trying also to curb that irregular migration. Honorable Speaker, going to agriculture, I put up a question to the Minister of Agriculture last time with regards to the gardens in our area. But I think the minister did not understand me, and then maybe other members also did try for me to deviate from what I wanted to say. But Honorable Speaker, the minister asked us to apply, those villages to apply. They did apply, but since then, we did not hear anything from them, and I'm doing my follow-up, but still yet, we did not realize this. If you help those villages have a garden, that will also reduce the dependency on our bush or in our forests, because most of these women or even men, because men are also now involved in gardening, because then we believe that gardening is only for women, but now people realize that gardening, anyone can engage in gardening. So if you provide gardening to these villages, it will reduce that, because at the end of the rainy season, these people will have no other activity whereby they will get income, unless they just in the bush, cut firewood, and then embark on this charcoal processing or charcoal production, which is also creating a very big risk in their life. I wish maybe most of us know how they do produce this charcoal. It's the flames that comes out of those areas is very different from any other flames you know. So it can be a very risk to our health. Honorable Speaker, these villages are Jendin, Alokunda, Kayabor, and the two Nyefis. They are absolutely in need of these gardens. Honorable Speaker, so if the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, but I'm sure maybe he might be represented by someone here to take note of this. Honorable Speaker, going to works and infrastructure, I would like to commend the ministry, the minister and his ministry of the tremendous work they are doing in terms of the road connectivity. They are really connecting the roads. The roads are having new roads around the country. But Honorable Speaker, and the other response I like about the ministry was Sukuta Jabang Highway. Sukuta Jabang Highway was a nightmare. Accident upon accident, but thank God, the ministry or NRA had put up a speed bump around that end. Honorable Speaker, on the road safety still, we all understand, especially these are the drivers, the way they apply flying on our roads, especially these 7 passengers. We should take note of these 7 passengers. They are creating havoc in the society, because the way the speed in which they are going is absolutely unacceptable. And if you can remember, or if you can observe, they are causing a lot of accident in our roads. So we should take note of that. Honorable Speaker, going to energy. Anyway, we have to thank the government, or we have to thank, because it started from a long way. It's just that, not that the child just born today and start working. It was like, the child was born, then crawling, and then reach where it is now. So we have it today. So, but I would also want to remind the energy minister, there are few villages in my area, that's Fonyi Bondali, who lacks the electricity. These villages are Fast Chairman, the two Nyefis, and then Taibanyas, and then Kayabor, Gifoñ, and Marato, in bracket Fast Chabai. These villages are yet to be electrified. So we will also be very much happy if these villages also will see them poles running through their villages, and then eventually see the light flowing in their community. Honorable Speaker, I will thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to
Thank you. Thank you, member for Fonyi Bondali. I will now invite the member for Bundong Kakunda to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues to welcome the Honorable His Excellency, the Vice President, and other cabinet ministers who are here with us since in the morning. It's all here towards collaboration. As we know, for me, I believe in collaboration. It's collaboration that can give you success in anything that you do. But the collaboration could be in twofold. Whether we are together in a caucus or we are together in a different caucus, but when it comes to common interests, we need to collaborate. So this is why I must thank the cabinet ministers for coming and equally to take part in the debate. Honorable Speaker, on the side of my debate, I will use the opportunity to thank His Excellency the President for the support he has been giving to my community of Bundung. It has made Bundung to be a friendly community. And if you ask me, I can justify it. Because what we need as a community, whenever we request it or we talk about it, we always see results, positive results, and which is very important. And because the purpose of me coming here is not for any other thing, it's just to ensure that my people, their well-being and welfare is taken care of. And it's really happening. This is why I was a councillor under my own regime, but later my regime was out. I was under a mayor as an opposition candidate, councillor. But I think there is no Gambian who will say Honorable Suleiman Jammeh was very, 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 he was very arrogant or he never support the activities of the mayor and the municipality. In fact, it was during that time under the mayor, I was able to perform more than my own regime because I'm willing to collaborate with the councillors, with the mayor, for the general interest of our municipality. And up till today, I am collaborating because I am elected. You are elected to serve our citizens. So why should we quarrel? Why should we be, sometimes we may come up with differences based on our policies and programs. But when there is something positive in your community, you have the right to talk about it. When there is negativity also, you can talk about it. But it shouldn't be when there is negativity in your community, you talk about it. But great things happening in your community, you don't want to talk about it. So, and I think if we try to do that, it will at least hinder our collaboration as government. So I must once again thank the government of the Gambia for providing first-class road in Bundu. And we are expecting another 2. So I'm appealing to this August Assembly, all my colleagues, to bless that project because we need it. Because when it is done, not only people of Bundung will use that route, but it's going to be for everybody because it's going to be a public goods. Honorable Speaker, on the side of water, there was a time we had a challenge And the president personally took it upon himself to address the situation. At the level of the community, we also took our responsibility to complement his effort through potential collaboration with NAWEC. And we did that. And they were able to come up with a project, a borehole project, specifically for Bundu. And later, right now, as I'm speaking to you, they are putting an overhead tank at Nemosu. So we are grateful. So because of that, because we cannot leave everything in the hands of the president and the government, as a community, last time I was reporting that we don't want anybody to go to walk 200 meters in Bundu to fetch water. But right now, as I'm speaking, through the support of the National Assembly Constituency Development Fund, through myself, and through collaborators, now we are working towards providing community standpipe for every resident in Bundu. And inshallah, we will achieve it because we are already in it. Right now, as I'm speaking to you, NAWEC they are in Bundu doing some service connection. So thanks to the president and the government. And equally, I must thank the Minister of both basic education and higher education. Higher education, we know there are so many Gambian students who are benefiting from the government scholarship. We thank you, and we thank you for your proactiveness. Basic education, I must thank you, because last time we talked about the Bunung School, and you responded within a month. We are appreciative of that. And as a community also, we don't just leave it in your hands alone. Both the ex-student and our community that I lead as Bundu, we are also complementing your effort. I think this is national development. This is how it should go. It shouldn't just be against him. Because right now, Gambia, what is really disturbing us? We take too much of energy in negative things. Why not positive things that are happening? People don't even, commit themselves to involve, to get into it. Like they said, there are people who are out there. For me, I don't know that, but I will never subject myself to any demonstration. That's Suleiman Jamil. But I will demonstrate for development. I will demonstrate for development. So for that being the case, Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the Minister of Youth and Sport. As a responsible government, we also discuss about the Mboyo field. Thank God, with Honorable Member for Serekunda, today we have Mboyo field as one of the best football parks in the municipality of KM. And these are things that you can see and feel, especially my own community friend, that is Nyalija area. The roads that I saw there when I went there, it's always impressed me. And we wish the government to strengthen that so that they can, address road issues for all communities. Electricity also for all communities, because we can see right now, even the upcountry, their electrical system is better than our urban, because right now they have electricity with street light. Street light. For us, we don't have that. We normally have electricity in our homes and whatever, unless you make it a project. So definitely we must thank that, and I acknowledge the government of the day for that. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I just want to thank the government, and equally to pray for us to have a very progressive country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member for Bundong Kakunda. The member for Wuli East, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to also thank His Excellency, the Vice President, and ministers here present. Lower Salon, please stop interrupting. Honorable Speaker, I start with the independence of the judiciary. When the judiciary do their work, they should accept that that is their work. The judiciary should not be influenced by the executive, should not be influenced by the legislature, should not be influenced by the judiciary itself. The court should not be influenced by any other sector. Courts must maintain their impartiality and decide cases based on law and facts. So let's see courts as a separate sector. The separation of powers must be respected. We should not do anything that will appear like we are not respecting the courts. In fact, the courts should be so independent that even their finance should be in their hands. That is what we expected in a democracy. And that should be upheld. Honorable Speaker, we have a very good friend, Cuba. The honorable member for Old Just One spoke about the Middle East. But I speak of Cuba. It's a very good friend of this country. Most of the people sitting in this house, before they were born, the Cubans were here, treating the Gambian people. So we need to support Cuba. Don't neglect your friends when they are in trouble. Cuba is in trouble, and they must not be neglected. We know a government, it will be very difficult for government to go around and supporting other governments against other governments. But with the legislature, we are having the free will to speak in the interest of our friends. And Cuba is one of those very good friends. It's a small island nation, which is not troubling any country in this world. It's friendly to all countries. Even in the United States, Cuba is there supporting the health sector in the United States. So to block, to violate their rights and violate international law and international norms is not something that we should support. So I would call on everybody in this house to lend their hands to the struggle that Cuba is going through. We know that they are going through that traumatic period, but it will be over. And we will continue with our friendship with Cuba. And me, as a member of the friendship group of Cuba, I stand to say that let's give our hands to Cuba and ensure that they pick up again. Honorable Speaker, we spoke of Fonyi, it's part of the Gambia. Nobody should underrate the situation that is in the Fonyis. It's in the border village, and there is a crisis outside, and that crisis is also impacting negatively on our own people. And this is why we should say we should take multi-pronged approach or multi-layered approach to ensure that our people are not destabilized, to ensure that our people are protected from all the harm that is coming from the other side. Honorable Speaker, security is very paramount. Intelligence is very paramount. Let us not neglect security inside the country. We know that government is doing a lot of effort, but let's double up. In all these crucial junctions, where you have these traffic lights or turntables, we need to have we need to have CCTV to ensure that anyone who is engaged in criminal activity will easily be identified and will be dealt with. If they know that if we do this, we will be caught and we will be dealt with, they will think 100 times before they actually involved in it. So let's take our security seriously and not also fail our intelligence. Honorable Speaker, democracy is something that we need to also look at very seriously. If we want progress, we must also uphold democracy. Dancing for the flags, yellow flag, red flag, brown flag, we should have an end to that now. Let's look at issues that will advance the country. I hear people talking about economics. The way they deal with economics is kind of funny. They talk about only roads, which is good. Roads is very important. If you have roads, you have mobility, you will have trade, you will have farming, everything will be improved, which is very good. But if you produce, you must do value addition. If you don't do value addition, you're really producing it for other countries. They just give you what is meant for your raw material, and they go and produce it, bring it back to you for you to buy it from them at a cutthroat price. So that is not going to advance the economics of this country. Honorable Speaker, the tertiary section is doing very well. Universities are coming, but with caution. When we take people to university and graduate them with masters and PhDs without giving them the necessary jobs, that is a bombshell of its own. We must ensure that when those people graduate from universities, there is also a parallel ministry, which is Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Employment, should also generate jobs for those people that are coming from university. If you train people in universities, like that was done in Sierra Leone, I could remember, without giving them the necessary jobs, they are a dangerous people that can create serious havoc in that country. So we must produce jobs, and align jobs to the training that we are doing in universities. Don't train people for the training's sake. Train them so that when they come out, they'll be useful to society. That is the only way we can continue producing the intelligence sector, but at the same time, intellectual sector, development of the people, but at the same time, let them come and produce and add to society rather than become a danger to society. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Member for Woolly East, for summarizing. Member for Lower Badibu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I would also love to join my colleagues in thanking the Honorable Vice President and, of course, Honorable Ministers here present, and, of course, the representatives from the various departments here, as well as the security, and my fellow honorable members. Honorable Speaker, I wish I can also join other honorable members to applaud the effort of governments in their various areas. But in my own area, Lower Badibu, the situation is contrary. I will tell you, just listen. Since the coming of this present government into power, there is only one road that links from Kerawati to Njawara, which has been constructed by them. Other than that, there is nothing that has been, there is no road in that part of the country that has been constructed by this government. That means development is not evenly distributed. It's not evenly. It is not. And we are also taxpayers. The people from that end are also taxpayers. Especially the most disadvantaged area is Lower Badibu North. And these are the people who will never go against sitting government. Yet still, they are not enjoying anything from the national cake. It's unfair, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, coming to the salt intrusion of the other part of Lower Badibu, that is Lower Badibu South. Our people, we are farmers. We are we are cultivating both rice and peanut ground. But this year, the salt intrusion in our furrows of rice field has, of course, created a lot of havoc on our crops. So we are please appealing to the ministry responsible to come to our aid in order to arrest the intrusion of salt into our forests. Coming to the issue of health, Honorable Speaker, it was only last week I embarked on the distribution of health materials across my constituency and beyond. I visited various health centers. Of course, structures are nice, but the nice structures are not even in my area. I am not against the putting of structures, health structures, but they must be paid. This is not happening, Honorable Speaker. I think my belief is the little structures that we have, why can't we feed those structures? I'll give you an example. I went to I went for a medical checkup. I was, of course, being recommended to go for MRI test. Honorable Speaker, could you imagine if this country you are not connected to have access to that test will take you for more than 3 weeks? How about those poor Gambians who don't have money in their hand? Where are they going to have access to that MRI test and other tests that has been recommended by the doctors? Honorable Speaker, coming to the issue of somebody mentioned, a nominated member mentioned that the president is a Democrat. Yes, he should be a Democrat. He came to the presidency through 2 democratic means. And the president, 2016, 17, 18, promised us that he is a big fan of term limits. He said, in his own words, nobody should be allowed to go beyond 2 terms in this country. But as I am speaking to you, if you are clapping for me, clap for the truth as well. As I am speaking to you, we are seeing differences in that. People are pushing the president to go in for 3rd term. Let me tell you this, majority of Gambians, irrespective of our political affiliation, are not in for 3 terms in this country. That doesn't mean that I'm preparing to the president. We are not in for it. If you are in for it today, you are in for it. When the former president was here, you were never in for it. Let us be truthful.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order.
Member for Lower Badibu. Lower Badibu.
Point of order. Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members. There is a point of order from the member for Sabasanjal. Can we hear that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising on order 17F. While a member is speaking, all other members shall remain silent and shall not make any unseemly interruption. The member for Lower Badibu is being interrupted by the Honorable Majority Leader, and it's not fair.
Honorable members, order. Order sustained. The Majority Leader and member for Kantora and other members. Order, honorable members, order. He's in his democratic right to say what he said. Order.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Order. There is a point of order from member for Fojibita Karanai.
Honorable Speaker, I am rising on point of order 8. Speaker's ruling. In all cases where matters are not expressly provided for by the standing orders, any correction or procedure
shall be decided by the Speaker, and the Speaker's decision shall be final and should not be subjected to any question. The majority is not respecting your decision and is making an interruption in the making noise.
Thank you very much. Order sustained. Majority Leader, you see, the member for Arekunda Sabi is very happy today. Lower body, please continue. Oh, your time is
Honorable
finished?
Speaker.
Your time is finished?
It's finished how? Honorable Speaker, I believe to observe term limits will preserve peace in our country. And it will, of course, make the leaders to be focused on their job, because you will definitely know that there will come a time I will leave. Nobody, I'm please appealing to the president. It's an appeal to him to, of course, respect all. I know it is not constitutional, but it's an appeal to him to go to abide by what he promised Gambians in 2016, 2017, and step aside for the good of this country. Honorable Speaker, if you look around the sub-region, majority of the countries within the sub-region are all observing term limits. Those of us here who are shouting that term limit is not been enshrined in our constitution, you are right. But you are human. This world is moving. Why should we be going backward? Let us strive and move alongside the international community. Honorable Speaker, coming to the issue of the issuance of ID cards beyond the source of this country, because of course, I have set a parliamentary question on that, but it is your table who, of course, dismiss my parliamentary question. But yet still, I don't know the reason why immigration department are leaving the source of this country, especially to countries that are not even within West Africa, Gabon, for the issuance of ID card to Gambian citizens in Gabon. And those Gambians in Gabon, they don't need that ID card in Gabon. All that they need is passport. Ask your father, he'll tell you who tell you. They don't need it. There you go. They don't need it there. I see no reason why.
Point of order. Point of order. Honorable members, there is a point of order by the member for Sabah.
This one is too harsh. No, this is not.
Point of order. Honorable Speaker,
I'm rising on order. Order 29-4. Order 29-4. It shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about members of the assembly. The honorable member of law body will have to withdraw that statement, please. I'm disciplined enough. I cannot repeat such.
Order. Honorable members, order. The member for Sabah Sanjal, can you please help us? What words do you want him to withdraw, please? I'm not getting you. Can you use your mic, sir?
Honorable Speaker, it is so offensive that I cannot repeat it to me.
No, you have my leave to say. You have my leave to repeat it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For that being the case, is involving somebody's parent in the chamber that he should be asked of a particular question. That's not correct.
Honorable member for Lawa Badibu, did you say that?
Yes, indeed, I said. But no, he's used to tell me the same thing.
Okay, all right, take your seat.
I did.
Sit down, sit down. Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, please maintain decorum. Honorable members, order.
Excuse me, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, order. Don't use your mic. Don't use your mic, please. Honorable members, order. The member for Lower Badibu, can you withdraw that unconditionally?
I withdraw since I made to understand that it is not Honorable Kantora. No, I withdraw.
Order, honorable members, order. Honorable member for Lower Badibu, withdraw unconditionally. I said withdraw unconditionally.
Withdraw.
All right, can you please continue? Honorable member for Lower Badibu, continue, please.
Still on the issue of ID card. I have a question, which I, of course, definitely need an answer to. I want to ask the Minister of Interior and the Honorable Vice President, how many Gambians, I repeat, how many Gambians were issued with an ID card in Gabon, Togo, Mauritania, and Guinea-Bissau? Honorable Speaker, on that, I'll take my seat.
The member for Banjul North? The member for Banjul North, you have the floor. Member for Lower Badibu, I want to thank you for taking the floor. And of course, I now invite the member for Brikama North. And I hope the member for Banjul North. Banjul North, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I will start by also joining my honorable colleagues to commend and also thank His Excellency, the Vice President, and also all the ministers present with your technicians, that is the permanent secretaries and deputy permanent secretaries present. Honorable Speaker, I think I need to seize this opportunity also to congratulate the Parliament for allowing members to debate on this adjournment debate. It has been a while. Honorable Speaker, like other members said, this is an adjournment debate, so in that regards, I will start with my own constituency and my people before I expand it or widen the entire debate to other areas. But again, I will start with some of the challenges that we are still faced with as a constituency, as a city, and as people. And I will start with the issue of the low water pressure in the city of Banjul. I had my honorable colleague from Banjul Central talk about the issue of the water, the color of the water, which has now drastically improved. But notwithstanding also, we are still faced with low water pressure. And I think this is something that I've been talking about in this parliament in so many occasions, but still there is no solution to this problem. And Your Excellency, I just want to inform you that this is still existing. The other thing has to do with the issue of the sewage problem. As we all know, that currently we have the Banjul Road Rehabilitation Project, which is indeed significantly doing a lot in terms of improving the infrastructure of the city. As we understand that it is here to address the road system, the sewage system, and the drainage system. But still, as a city dweller, and I can say the people of Banjul North are really suffering when it comes to the sewage system. Our sewage system is giving us a lot of problems, and this might lead to health hazard, which we really don't want it to accelerate, looking at the situation now in Banjul. So in that regards, understanding also that part of the project, there is a component that is to address the sanitary situation of the city. So I also want to implore, if the minister or the permanent secretary or deputy permanent secretary is here, let them do something in terms of procuring the sewage trucks that they're supposed to procure so that they can help the people of Banjul in that regards. Honorable Speaker, I also want to seize this opportunity to once again thank the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure. And I will always say that he is one of the ministers who listen and listens carefully. I can remember raising a question about the highway lights all the way from Saro to the roundabout around Clarkson in the city of Banjul, that they were not functioning. We have seen work going on, but just to inform him or his team that we still have issues when it comes to the highway lights. We still have lights that are not functioning. And I think it is very important, as mentioned during his response, that even the security personnel of State House raised those concerns in terms of state security, because Banjul is the city, and we need to understand that development starts from the city. So no matter what, we must make sure that infrastructure-wise, Banjul is intact. That is when we can brag about other places in this country. Honorable Speaker, going further, there is an issue that happened here in Parliament. That is the recently passing of the election bill, which is now an election act. And part of that election act, we said, in terms of attestation, Alkalolus, Sefololus, and others can have the right to issue attestation.
And orders?
And orders. But in the situation of Banjul, currently we have a mayor. And according to the law, we even saw a court case that happened here, and there was a ruling on that the mayor of Banjul don't have the right to attest anybody. So it is a concern, understanding that the voter supplementary registration is coming. What are we to do as a city dweller, or as people living in Banjul, in terms of, no, Honorable Speaker, allow me to do my submission. We just want to come up with a solution, because I believe the people of Banjul also are part of this country, and they have the right to vote and be voted for. And in terms of getting access to documents, it should be as easy as it is applying to other places in this country. So I'm bringing that to the attention of the Parliament for us to know. Honorable Speaker, I cannot complete my submission without talking about issues surrounding the most passionate component that people know me of as far as my parliamentary duties and representation is concerned, that is health. And I have very genuine and important reasons surrounding why do we have to work or enhance quality health services in this country. Honorable Speaker, you will all agree with me that after so many years, almost 4 decades of support from donor agencies, what have we achieved as far as health is concerned? And in that regard, I think it is always very important for us to make sure that all what we talk about health, we must be part of the world to attain what we call universal health coverage. And we can only do that by making sure that we join our efforts to support each other. Because I had other members commending the Minister for Higher Education and Lower Basic Education, which is very important, but I think they deserve support. Because if you see people or ministers trying to do things right in this country, Parliament also, as the apex authority, must do the needful by making sure that we support them. We give them all what it takes for them to do their work appropriately. But again, on the health, Honorable Speaker, the issue of the mental health bill is still a concern. I heard the minister did respond about making sure that the mental health bill will be in Parliament next ordinary session. But I just want to say that we just want to make sure that we stick on that, because there is need. There is need in a sense that during the president's Sona statement, he mentioned about laws that were changed or repealed in this parliament because of they feel like they were outdated laws, which is the truth. But I can tell you the mental health bill, which is now I can say we have what we call the Lunatic and Detention Act, which is since 1917, already 109 years old this year. It's very important for us to put into consideration to see how best we can update that particular bill. Honorable Speaker, the world is moving as far as health is concerned. And in terms of budget allocation, I mentioned it during the Sona debate, the issue of not the Maputo Protocol, but the Abuja Declaration that talks about the 15%. And I think it is important, as we are seeing other countries in Africa working towards that. We have seen countries that are even achieving 11% now, as far as their budgets are concerned, in terms of giving it to health. I think Gambia can do that. Gambia can go even beyond that. But it depends on, like the Vice President said, we must create or open the base in terms of having more resources in doing so. But I believe together we can do that. So in that regards, all what I want to say now is, let us just act now. Let us act boldly, because it is very necessary. We don't have to blame each other, and we must act together if we really want to make sure that Gambia becomes one of the best countries in Africa. In that regards, I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Banjul North. I will now invite the member for Sabah Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. First, I will want to thank you and thank the Vice President and all cabinet ministers and technicians here present. But Honorable Speaker, before I go any further, I just want to put on records that I would really want to apologize to you, because there was a push and pull that happened between me during this session and you yourself. And I really want to submit that I apologize. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, moving forward, you see, I had somebody mention the name of the president. That before he came, but Honorable Speaker, look at my time. I think it has been taken by the point of orders that I was raising. It needs to begin before I start.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure why, but yes, maybe the point of orders. He should be given 10 minutes. And the member for Brikama South is asking me if I have, Sabah Sanjal, Brikama South is asking me if I have accepted apology. I say, of course, apology accepted. And thank you very much for that. Can you check your mic again?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The member for Lower Badibu said, the president said 3 years, blah, 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 and the like. He said a lot. But when the president took over, there was somebody who was already in prison. And he wholeheartedly went to the prison and then forgive that guy so that he can come and be a normal citizen as us, like us. The same person the president termed as his political godfather and giving him one of the most highest positions. He said, choose any position you want in government, take. That person took the as foreign affairs. And he decided to appoint his own people to all embassies, where all his people. The same person said, I don't want to be foreign affairs. Now I want to be next to you, vice president. You are given that highest position in government. And you stood here. The same person stood and said, anybody who talks about 3 years here, you will be in trouble. Today, his people are here telling us what has changed over time, Honorable Speaker. Sometimes I think some people, they are chameleons. They can change over time. I cannot understand what is happening in this country. Honorable Speaker, let me just first begin with Sabah Sanjal, and I will come back to that. Because, Honorable Speaker, we the people of Sabah Sanjal, they are the ones speaking. They say they are very happy with President Barrow, and they have already decided that 2026, come December 5th, they will vote President Barrow again. But But they said before 2026, they need some changes again. Before the end of this year, they want Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. This is a lady who is making a very good, job and tremendous jobs within this ministry. But we really need your support as far as lack of teachers is concerned. Honorable Minister, we face some challenges. You have equipped a science lab at the school. You have built so many classrooms. And the science lab is well equipped, to be honest. And we must thank you for that. But definitely the school at Ngien Sanjal is lacking some teachers. And therefore, and in fact, the students are even moving now to other cities. Also, the school fence at the primary school is also another problem. And we really want you to support us, because for us, we are very good citizens who always obey the law, who always make sure that we follow what government wants for the development of this country. Therefore, since we are good citizens, we need good developments in our area. Honorable Speaker, moving to agriculture. Somebody said, what is the government doing about agriculture? I said it here yesterday. But some of them, they cannot understand mathematics, simple mathematics. That's the problem. During the past government, before he left, a kilo of groundnut was costing us $16. A bag of groundnut that has 60 kilos would be around roughly $960. And a bag of rice was also $900. Fine. Subtract 900 from 960, you are left with only $60. Today, you go to Sabasanja. I mentioned this. 1 kilo of groundnut is $38. The records are there. You can go and search. $38 multiplied by the same $60 would give you $2,280. Subtract $1,600 is a bag of rice, and you are left with what? $680. The government is putting it into the pockets of the farmers. What are you telling us? If you want to tell us that the government is not doing anything in agriculture, we are saying no to that. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to security, we want also to bring the attention of the Vice President to this. Honorable Vice President, as good citizens and as good people of this country from Sabasanjal, we have decided to allocate a piece of land to you so that your people, your land is there. We have given it to you free of charge because we want to complement the development that you are doing in this country. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to Jane Commission that was mentioned here, you see, this government, we need to thank them. During the previous government, the same people who are criticizing, saying they have not done anything, they had the majority in the parliament. Look at the number of bills they have passed, and you compare it to when majority leader become the majority leader and his people. I'm not NPP, but I have to thank them. These people, they are very good. They have done a lot for this country. They have approved lots of bills, lots of things.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order. There is a point of order from the member for Latikunda Sabiji. Can we hear that?
Yes. Honorable member is addressing members as these people. Call them honorable members. Thank you.
Honorable member for Latikunda Sabiji, you are on a point of order. Can we hear that?
It's okay. I withdrew.
Thank you very much. Member for Sabasanjal, continue.
Thank you. Like I said, Honorable Speaker, I must thank the majority leader. He has been doing a very good job for this country. You see, it's not only the executive, it is collective responsibility. And the majority leader has been leading us well. He has been leading this parliament in the right path to make sure that we pass laws that will strengthen our democracy in this country. And we must begin to appreciate his effort. Unlike others, who always is they are always on the other side. I'm surprised things are happening like this. Honorable Speaker, if I may proceed, you see, somebody mentioned of the Jane Commission. The Jane Commission, I am very, very much sure that all those who were there were appointed based on the recommendation of the political father during those days. Yes. So if the Jane Commission is corrupt, who was the one appointing, who was the one who advised the president to appoint them? Let's look at that. Because the president does not just appoint from the moon, you know. He must have been advised by the former political, they call him. So, you see, the economic forces, they are still here. So, me as a parent, if I have a farmland and somebody comes from anywhere and say, you see, tell your people that they can stay, I will help. to make sure that we, have a better farm inputs and outputs. If I am a good father, I shouldn't be saying no to that. I should be happy enough. Unless and until you have an ill intention, you wouldn't ask them to leave. So, Honorable Speaker, let's start appreciating what we have as a country on a more serious note, because I think the Gambia is at an incubating stage. We are incubating our country. The fact that definitely Gambia is at a stage to grow, it is very important we look at what is happening globally. Everywhere in the world, there are crises, economic crises, problems here and there, and we have a very peaceful president who is making sure that he stabilizes our country. He stabilizes our country economically. So at this stage, I don't think we will gamble our country. We will not gamble, because gambling is what you call, let's try Mr. X. And we are not going to try Mr. X when we have Mr. A doing what we want. We are not going to try anybody here. Mr. A is doing it the way we want it. We will not try Mr. O. We will not, to be honest. Definitely. So, Honorable Speaker, the people of Sabah Sanjal, they are telling me that I should tell the Vice President that these are the issues, these are the main issues that they want you to address. One is the lack of teachers at Ngin Sanjal, upper and senior secondary school. Two is the lack of fence at the basic school, because definitely these are things that they really want you to take care of, and they have sent me to come and address them here. We want to also thank all the ministers, all of you, and I'm also advising the president that once he wins elections again, let him appoint you again. All of you should come back, because you are doing what we want. So once you are doing what we want, so we need you back. So I will advise him to bring you back, and also to thank all the honorable members of parliament who has been following the footpath of majority leader to make sure that we pass laws here. Yes, because they have been doing what is right, definitely. And I want to thank also the member for Nyanija, because he has fought for us in Sabah Sanjal to get brand new ambulances through the Ministry of Health. And that's a very great achievement. And we have to thank you for being that honorable chair who has done that for the people of Sabah Sanjal. Honorable Speaker, last but not the least, I also want to thank the honorable member for Central Badibu. He's my very good friend. We've been working together for a long time, to be honest, despite the fact that when we come to chamber, we might have our personal differences here. But to be honest, he is somebody that I like so much, and I wish that he can join me in supporting His Excellency President Barrow.
Thank you very much, the member for Sabah Sanjal, for that eloquent and brilliant contribution. I now invite the member for Combo East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I must first acknowledge the presence of the Vice President and his cabinet ministers and a fleet of technicians, the permanent secretaries. Honorable Speaker, I must start with commending the government and the President for the just delivered speech of the Sona, where he stated, as a country, the GDP has grown from 5.7 to 5.9. In this time of the year, and knowing the versatile situations that we are in the world, if Gambia is to grow by this speed, we must commend the government for their steadfastness and their foresight. Honorable Speaker, besides that also, we've also read to understand that the inflation rate has been dropped from 10.2 to 6.6%. This is a very powerful message. This is something that Gambians need to be proud of. Having considered our local currencies and the international currencies that surrounds the local currency for the importation businesses, Honorable Speaker, I must commend this government for what it has taken to draw us this line. Honorable Speaker, financially, if we check on this phrase, is enough for dispute. We should focus and try to study how are we going to get our hands together to make sure that Gambia keeps growing. And inshallah, I'm sure with this trend, Gambia will grow. Besides that, Honorable Speaker, I must align myself to some of my honorable members that has given their statements here by commending the two ministers. It's not been biased. All ministers are doing very well, but exceptionally, the two ministers of education, the higher education and the basic education. One for the basic education, I am a living witness to that. I've tested her and I've proven her to be the best and then the fastest minister that responds to concerns of people. In my constituency, Kafutalo Upper Basic School was encountering a lot of challenges. I did not raise it at committee stage. I'm a member of the education committee, but I took it up with her privately. I gave her a message. She responded to the message, and it was night. I was surprised that she responded politely, and then she assured me of her interest in making sure that this thing works. And she followed it up. Within 1 week, she gets back to me with a solution. I must commend her for what she did. Honorable Minister, thank you very much and keep it up. For the Honorable Minister for Higher Education, I hosted the University Combo East, and any activity that is getting into that university, he updates me. He volunteers to update me. He will not wait me to follow, to check on with him. He just gets it to me. Thank you very much. That one is also. Going into the infrastructure, energy, and other development activities ongoing being conducted by the current government, we must commend the government for their infrastructural foresight. For Combo East, the Narang Road that has long been cried by the people that I succeeded in Parliament, and thank God now the road is almost nearing to completion. Thanks to the government and on behalf of the people of my constituency, we are grateful enough. We are grateful enough for the Narang Road. Honorable Speaker, getting into energy, the Minister of Energy has done a lot within my constituency by making sure that almost 90% of my community has benefited from this rural electrification extension program. And this has also triggered a lot of confidence within the people of my constituency, knowing that those that are yet to be served will be served. And I am looking forward to see by 2026, my constituency be one of the constituencies that has universal electricity benefiting, my people benefiting universal electricity, and I'm sure it will be. Honorable Speaker, getting down to the general term here, for the Ministry of Health, we commend the Minister for efforts that have been made within my constituency by helping equip the Kafuta Health District Health Post and that of Pirang. We've been seeing a lot of activities going around there. But Honorable Speaker, I would urge the Minister of Health to look into a very densely populated community of Kuloro, wherein they are a distance to Pirang post, and they have their community health post that they would want to upgrade to a level that it will serve their own, the community. I would urge the minister to look into it and then have a considerate mind to try to focus on Kuloro and see what best can be done to that community health post. Honorable Speaker, getting into youth and sports, I've been engaging the Minister for Youth and Sport in the consideration and reviewing and revisiting the already built Kafuta Youth football field. The building and the infrastructures that are put there are now are starting to be fading out. They have a collapsed fence, and the minister promised that he would be with me to get in there. We're looking forward to see the minister within that community to make sure that those things are being addressed. Honorable Speaker, generally, if we get into the general activities of people in business today, We've also commended the government of the day today for having not had any of the members of the people of the Gambia crying about price hiking. We thank the president and his government, for maintaining, controlling the prices and letting them down during the month of Ramadan, making sure that all families were able to access considerate and moderate pricing during the market, and people have spent their Ramadan in a very moderate and in a very stable market that has led them to conduct their fasting in a very peaceful and calm with no disturbance and hindrance, and that we must commend the government on behalf of the people of my constituency for having stabilized those prices during the month of Ramadan. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member for Combo East, for summarizing, going straight to your point and saving time. Honorable members, at this point, I can see the majority and the minority chief whips. So I would want to propose that we allow the majority chief whip to come and hold the fort for a few minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, while I go down, because I don't want us to stop if you are in agreement. Do you agree on that?
Time.
Yes, what? Member for Nyanija? Member for Nyanija, yes? No.
It's almost 5:30.
Yes, Nyanija? Put it on again, put it on.
It's okay, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah, you know, adjournment debate, you don't need to move a motion because you have already moved a motion to adjourn sign die. From now against tomorrow, you don't need that. Yes, majority chief whip. Chief whip, come here. Thank you. The member for Busumbala. The member for Serekunda.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will concur with the member for Central Badibu in his view that the president shouldn't vie for a third term. Lower Badibu. This tradition was set by George Washington in the United States of America, who ruled from 1789 to 1797. He chose to leave power to promote democracy and avoid the risk of a presidency becoming like a monarch. Honorable Speaker, I will also follow the protocols to thank some of the ministers who have been very helpful to our community, the community of Serekunda. As we have been raising our concern of the situation at Serekunda Basic Cycle School, the need for security, but thanks to the Minister for Digital Economy, I think, Mr. Boy, who helped us to secure funds to build a police post at the school. Equally, we will also commend the government for the road infrastructures they have constructed in our community. And we will equally thank the President for realizing that we are partners in development during our meeting at the Minority Caucus. He acknowledged that all these developments that are ongoing were supported by us, the National Assembly members. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to raise the issue of some public funds that are not reported in the appropriation bill. I would thank the member for Upper Salum for amplifying my voice. The issue of departmental self-raised revenues and extra budgetary funds as well. Honorable Speaker, if I may read, extra budgetary funds as per the Public Finance Act means a fund created outside the operation of the consolidated fund by an act of the National Assembly in accordance with the provision of Section 150, subsection 2A of the Constitution, for the payment of particular revenues or other monies for a specific purpose, like the Fisheries Development Fund, the Forestry Development Funds, and other development funds. And as per the Public Finance Act, retention and spending of departmental self-raised revenues, the minister may grant permission under subsection 1 of the Constitution that the revenues and their associated expenditures are included in the appropriation bill. That is why during the budget debate, I said that the budget is not in compliance with the Public Finance Act. We either amend these provisions or let the minister include a special column that will report the revenues generated. And in the same Public Finance Act, these extra budgetary funds should be equally laid before the National Assembly annually for approval, which does not obtain here. So we'll urge the Minister for Finance to do the needful to see to it that our budget is in compliance with the dictates of the Public Finance Act. Yes. And thank you. I would like to thank the member for Bundung raising the issue of the Mboyo field. When we were councillors, there were no documentation. And we fought very hard and see to it that we acquire documents for that football field. Honorable Speaker, I would equally amplify the voice of the honorable member for Woolly. My heart equally beats in unison with the heartbeat of every Cuban who is suffering the brunt of the blockade caused by the United States of America. Because I was lucky to be the first National Assembly member from the Gambia to visit Havana, Cuba. They are very friendly people. That was during the Husemati Award. So we'll thank them for that. Honorable Speaker, with all these road infrastructures in our communities, there are still some other infrastructures that are not considered, which could be very useful in income generating for the government. In the Serekunda, city of Serekunda, and other growing towns in its surrounding, there is a need for car park. And the absence of car park is causing or making it very difficult for access to health centers or educational institutions in our community. So we'll urge the government to also think of bringing in these urban infrastructures. Equally, drains issues leading to the flooding during the rainy season also is a concern. With all the standard roads, the OIC roads that we have seen it on social media, cyberspace. People were uploading some photographs showing the level of flood in their communities. So we urge the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure to include drainage in their development infrastructures. Honorable Speaker, I couldn't participate in the Sona debate. Yes, because I felt that it was not subjected to our approval as National Assembly members. Whatever we might have said here may not be included in that, those policies and programs. But those are the government's policies and programs. But the Sona left key important areas as important as the Waka project. Nothing has been said about the Waka project. And the Waka project, they need some extra funds in order to implement that project, which is not allocated in the budget, and nor is it, was it embedded in the Sona speech. Honorable Speaker, that's a concern. Honorable Speaker, and about youth unemployment. My community, Serekunda, is a home to many youths who are ambitious, energetic, who are ready to work, but they still remain unemployed. Honorable Speaker, is a concern. Our community, Serekunda, cannot be the economic heartbeat of this country and still battling with these issues of youth unemployment and underemployment. So we urge the Ministry of Trade to come up with some programs that will facilitate the employment of those youths, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue of gambling. The last time I saw in the Members Affairs page, WhatsApp page, someone sent in this Betting and Gaming Act. This Betting and Gaming Act does not include the type of gambling that we are fighting for in our communities that is causing social vices. You will see some people with their canopies or tents topped with equipments and trying to lure women going to the market to come and play those games. And when you confront them, they will tell you that they have obtained permits from the police or the municipal council. This needs to be addressed, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, like I said, there is a need for...
Honorable Member, your time is up. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Serekunda, for that submission. May I call on the Honorable Member for Tumanna? If he's out, then I can call the Honorable Member for Lower Nyomi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Speaker, His Excellency the Vice President, Honorable Ministers present, Permanent Secretaries, Technicians, Security Services present, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Honorable Speaker, a couple of years ago, I stood here in this very podium and appealed for electricity for my constituency of Lower Nyomi. Alhamdulillah, the government has come to our aid with the rural electrification project. We were able to get 57 communities supplied with electricity out of 66 villages. Right now, I left with 9 communities that are yet to be electrified. But inshallah, I am hoping that before the end of 2026, all those communities will be electrified. Thanks to the government. Honorable Speaker, now, in terms of electricity also, I cried for my people of Jinak Island. looking the geographical location of Jinak, right now what government has decided is to supply them with solar power energy. I spoke to the minister just a couple of days ago. Now a team is set to go and survey Jinak Island for them to be supplied with solar energy, thanks to the government. But I'm appealing to government for them to look at Jinak because their geographical location is kind of critical. Let them help them with clean drinking water and good feeder road. I really need help for the community of Jinak. Honorable Speaker, feeder roads. Couple of years ago, I stood here again and cried for feeder roads for my constituency of Lower Nyomi. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, just last week, government has approved with this giraffe project 2 feeder roads in my constituency of Lower Nyomi. Foundation stones are already laid and hoping that the job will start very soon. Thank you to the government. Honorable Speaker, ambulances. I stood here a couple of years ago and cried for more ambulances in my constituency of Lower Nyomi. But I am promised that, inshallah, government has ordered some new ambulances. My community of Fast Njagachoy, that is the Fast Health Center, will be supplied with 1, and then 1 for Tuba Angale and Dungu Kebe. Definitely with these 3 communities, we need ambulances in those communities. Honorable Speaker, schools. I cried for schools in my constituency of Lower Nyomi. Government has answered my call, and up to now, definitely some schools are built and some additional classrooms are built in some schools. For up to now, there is no student that would walk more than 3 kilometers to go to school, thanks to the present government. Definitely, I appreciate that. Honorable Speaker, stadium. I appeal here a mini stadium for my constituency of Lower Nyomi. I engaged the Ministry of Youth and Sport, though he has promised, but till yet, nothing is done. But I'm hoping that maybe before the end of 2026 or early 2027, they will come to my aid to help me with a mini stadium for my constituency of Lower Nyomi. Honorable Speaker, speed bumps. 4 years now, I have been crying for speed bumps for some communities in my constituency of Lower Nyomi, as motor traffic accidents are rampant. So many lives are lost. But yet still, I am yet to get those speed bumps from NRA. I'm appealing to NRA through the Ministry of Works to help me with those speed bumps so that we can minimize the rate of traffic accident in my constituency of Lower Nyomi. Honorable Speaker, Gambia ferry services. We've been suffering a lot at the crossing point of Banjul Barra. I've been crying here for so long for government to come to my aid to buy a new ferry. Alhamdulillah, government has bought a brand new green ferry that is to join the present fleet to fly between Banjul and Barra. Right now, it has been commissioned, it has started operating, and then everybody is happy. My people of Lower Nyomi, North Bank, all of us are happy now, and thanks to the present government. On that note, Honorable Speaker, without wasting more time, I will pray again and say, may we witness other adjournment debates in the near future. Wa kullu amin wa antum bi khairin. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for Lower Nyomi, for those brilliant remarks. May I call on the Honorable Member for Brikama South to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First, I want to seize this opportunity to thank His Excellency and the ministers here in present to attend this adjournment debate. Honorable Speaker, I want to deal with issues affecting Brikama, including both North and South. Your Excellency, this is going to be a gentle reminder. I am a bit worried about the relationship of the government and Brikama in particular, especially when you come to development. It's very unfortunate sometimes since the advent of the new government. I was here since 2017, and we've been talking about issues confronting Brikama, but it's still a serious problem. Some of my colleagues spoke, they requested last year and this year they are in receipt of them. And I don't think we have to be in a situation whereby if we need something, we go to Brikama. You will be surprised, Your Excellency, where Brikama alone, we have almost 50% of the boreholes that support the greater Banjul area in terms of water production. You go to Tamana alone, we have 17. Talk of Furia Forest Park, Kabafita Forest Park, and Nyambai Forest Park. They are all filled with boreholes. But there are still communities in our midst where we are yet to have a pipe-borne water. And these are issues, to be very much honest with you. I look at the ADB project where part of Medina and lot of Kitty supposed to get these things, and up till today, it has not been forthcoming. And I vividly remember in 2017, Meet the People tour, where I was chosen to speak on behalf of the community of Brikama. We requested certain things, more especially when you come to the restoration of the military range. That is causing serious noise pollution. Not only that, they deal with some of the sophisticated weapons that when they blow, they are contagious, they affect people. And we have a lot of schools within that area. And one of the best schools in Brikama. But our dismay up till today is still there. Though training has been tentatively ceased, but we want a total relocation. And the other issue we requested is the hospital. The one we have in Brikama is that for the entire West Coast, and even beyond, the neighboring countries use that facility. But it's very surprising. You go to the maternal wing, you look at it, people want to deliver, they are waiting for one another. The president promised in that meeting that he has negotiated an out-of-state hospital that is coming. Up till today, to an extent that we have even allocated a land for the hospital to be built. But up till today, we haven't. And the other issue is, that is, if you come up to Yundum, you look at the airport junction. From there, you will notice that if you pass that place, you are entering into a place where there is no street lighting. And in Brikama, we have a street lighting that covers that trapezoid, where it was removed by the former government. And I emphasized that one, requesting it. The president promised with emphasis, he will restore it. But not only that, he's going to install CCTV camera and Wi-Fi. To an extent that we are frustrated, this is almost the 10th year. We have reconvened to make sure that and discuss about this issue. We have now advised the president we don't need the CCTV camera and Wi-Fi, but we need the street light. Up till today is outstanding. And in fact, when you come to the road connectivity, Brikama is one of the most vulnerable within our connection because it's a bigger town. Nyambai alone, you talk about Jida, these are very big communities. Anytime we enter into the rainfall, anytime there's a heavy downpour of 50 to 60 millimeters, the entire Brikama submerges. We talk about the drainage system up to today. Myself with the then Minister of Works, we went to certain areas, two of us, to look at the drainage pattern and the road that were mapped. Some were even designed. We were only expecting the implementation. And to my dismay, the Kabafita Buffalo Mandina Ring Road was already factored in the 2022 budget. I took part in the budget bilateral. And now they have constructed up to Buffalo and leave the rest. Rainy season is coming. So these are very serious issues. And that particular year, shortly before the budget bilateral, we had what we call supplementary budget allocation. That came when the British Petroleum removed their lancing when they were looking at it. So they were charged with about 1.5 billion. That was brought in as a supplementary appropriation. 30 million was allocated for Bashe Market. And when we came to the budget proper, it has been increased to 100 million to overhaul the Bashe Market and build a new market for them. And we used the opportunity to talk about the vulnerable nature of Brikama Market. That bonds on, is one of the most vulnerable markets within the entire country. We talked about this issue, but to our surprise, during the meet the people talk, the president will be telling us that we want you to remove this chairman. Remove your chairman, I will bring you a development. You were here 5 years before the chairman comes. And we are almost at the tail end, almost the 10th year. There is nothing that we can directly focus on, that this is the area where we are proud of government has given to us. And you will be surprised, Your Excellency, when the president was called into an international level to go on a presidential politics, the venue was created in Birkama for him to come and talk to the people. And that was the first place where he was inaugurated. We played a critical role. But I don't know why we are rejected and why they don't want to bring in any development as far as Birkama is concerned.
Member.
Going forward.
Member, the speaker is talking. If you are addressing, address the speaker, not Your Excellency, please.
Thank you for the observation. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, now I will leave Brikama and I want to go to the my famous state-owned enterprises, where if you look at the Sona, the president made it emphatically clear that in 2024, collectively, the state-owned enterprises lost about 2.6 billion. And within 1 year, they were able to recover that and had a profit in 2025, 2.5 billion. And by next 2 weeks, there is going to be a dividend payment that I am already invited for. So what I want to inform, Honorable Speaker, I want to inform His Excellency, the Vice President. Let us try in as much as to understand why these state-owned enterprises are established. All of them are established by an act of parliament to provide us service, but not an ordinary service, a qualitative service, for the citizenry to access those services at affordable prices. And since some of them are doing enterprising component, they also pay dividend. The anticipated dividend policy should be out. And again, I want to look at to maintain themselves. They were undergoing serious problems. But right now, with the advent of the SOE Acts, we have the SOE Commission that is really conducting oversight together with the Parliamentary Committee that is directly dealing with them. And there were significant improvements when you come to issues of governance and procurement. But that is extremely important. So we really want to discourage privatization. And to a certain level, yes, there is a free market policy, but we need to jealously guide our state-owned enterprises. You cannot be in a country whereby the government machinery, each MDA has a vote for fuel consumption. When it's owing, you will go to GNPC. When it's buying, you go to other oil marketing companies. I think that is not fair. So we have to protect these things. They are there because government cannot go out and do that enterprising component. You have these arms, they are created for that. So we need to have, when you come to GIA, look at how this Hajj package is distributed to all the suitcase NGOs that want to do it. how do we protect these things and help them to regain their lost glory of 50% of the GDP in the country? That is very, very, very important. And I want us to pay a maximum attention to that one. On that note, I want to thank the Vice President and the team here in present, and I want to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member for Birkama South. May I now call on the Honorable Member for Tumanna to make a statement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the adjournment debate of this fourth session of the 2025 legislative year. Honorable Speaker, I will first begin, or first of all, I will thank the Office of the Speaker and our leadership, and of course the executive who are here with us since in the morning, and their technicians. We will thank them for being with us. Honorable Speaker, I will start going to Manna because I am here talking on their behalf. So therefore, the people of Tumanna are very happy about some of the life-changing projects that the government of the Gambia brought to them. To start with, I'm going to start with the road that moved from Basse to Damfakunda. They are from Chamoy to Tambasansang. Those are life-changing projects. Those are projects that change our life. Those places were nightmares in those days. Those who know it, they can attest to that. Honorable Speaker, today those roads are very quite motorable, and we will thank the government for giving us those opportunities. Honorable Speaker, on the side of the road still now, we will continue appealing to the government for the road moving from Tinkinjo, you go to Sanunding, you go to Dingring, move down to Diabukuba Silla. Those are very important and critical role for the people of Tumanna. We have about 20 communities that are sitting on that road. So therefore, if that road is being taken care of by the government, we will definitely appreciate. And I got the information that a team has been sent there to survey the road recently. So we are hopeful that work will soon start there. And if that happens, definitely speaking, we have nothing to say, just to thank the government of the Gambia for changing our lives. And also the road going from Badari, then you move to Kulari, then to Piraitenda, and then Sajakunda is another important one, which I also got information that that road also is coming to be built by the government of the Gambia. You can see the people of Tumanna are very much happy about what the government is doing for us. Honorable Speaker, it doesn't stop there also. We are happy because our women are also being supported. We have about 3 women gardens that has been distributed within Tumanna. And I think that is very important. That is something that will change that will help our women. You have a very sophisticated garden that has been placed in Badari, Sajakunda, and also in Kulari. You know, those people, you know, they are farmers and they depend heavily on gardening. So if those projects have been given to them, I think it is important. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we will thank government also on the side of the education, because we have, we don't have any senior secondary school. But recently we have 3 senior secondary schools. 2 junior secondary schools has been upgraded to senior secondary school. Then the other senior secondary school has been well equipped with this, what we call the digital learning system. For that being the case, we will thank the government for that also. Honorable Speaker, we still need some critical helps from the government, like the site of the borehole, because we still have some communities that are there. They are still lacking drinkable water. So we will appeal to the government again to still help us, because these are people that are very, very vulnerable because they are very poor. They cannot afford it by themselves. So, Honorable Speaker, I would again move on to the areas whereby is national concerns. You know, Honorable Speaker, I think the government is doing well, because if you move through all these sectors, you will see programs and projects that are there to change the life and livelihood of the youths of the Gambia. So you will see that the TV centers has been put across the country. You know, you have Julangel, Demban, you have Kanilai. All those are meant purportedly to help the youths, to prepare the youths so that they can be skillful, they can take care of themselves, and also create, you know, job opportunities for themselves and for some other people. I think that is very, very important. It should not be overlooked. Honorable Speaker, bilateral agreements that governments has entered with some countries like the Kingdom of Spain and of course the United Arab Emirates and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. What people need to understand, that the ultimate aim and objective of the government is to help our youths, is to provide ways and means for our youth to have a decent job. So whatever unfortunate situation happens there, we should know that that is not the ultimate aim and objective of the government for these bilateral agreements. Honorable Speaker, we will thank the government also. The digital learning, according to the Sona that we have just experienced, the president has just done last week. We were informed that 122 schools have been digitalized, in other words, digital learning in 122 schools in 2022. I think this is very important because a country cannot go without communication and digital knowledge. So therefore, our youths, our children need to start knowing what it takes to be, you know, somebody who can excel as far as digital life is concerned. So if government is striving in that area, I think it is very, very important. Honorable Speaker, University of the Gambia or the tertiary sector, I think it is very, very important, as alluded by some of my colleagues, that the ministry is doing great, and that is true because from the Sona also, we've learned that 7.6 billion has been invested in the sector. I think this is very important now that all the schools, the faculties of the university are all housed in the Farababanta Mecca campus. I think this is very important. The university is becoming a Honorable Speaker, there are other legislations, very important legislations. Oh, yes, that has been taken to the Parliament by the executive, and those are very important legislation. Like we've passed them, like the student revolving loan scheme. I think this is also very important. This will help our youth to have access to higher education and the tertiary education. Honorable Speaker, the national research and innovation is also very important. Those are programs, those are legislation that is going to help us to prepare our youths so that they can be something tomorrow. Honorable Speaker, the tertiary and higher education trust fund is also very laudable. There, I will move to health also. The government is striving, and in this 2026 budget, the government has we've allocated 3.1 billion in the health sector. I think this is also very important. This cannot be overlooked. This is very important. We have to, it's true, it's a government, and we have to criticize. But also, the achievement also should also be appreciated. So therefore, that is not a small money, that is a huge money. So the government needs to be thanked. You know, the national food and drug testing laboratories. Those are very important things. And I know we were having lot of problems in the past because we don't have labs, we don't have these things. So therefore, those are very important. The Farato Emergency Treatment Center, you have right now, government has provided 52 fully equipped, ambulance. You cannot.
Thank you very much, the member for Tumanna. I will now recognize the member for Central Baribu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues to thank the Vice President and the team for witnessing Sona. Honorable Speaker, I will start with my constituency, Central Baribu. Then I can come to national and international issues. Honorable Speaker, give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Yes, people stood here to thank the ministers for their commitments and their support. We will give recommendation where it is due. And on that note, I want to thank our able men and women in our executive for living up to expectation, though with challenges. Honorable Speaker, Njabakunda lower and Salikanye lower basic. They had an issue of infrastructure. The community of Njabakunda in diaspora and at home mobilized resources to maintain the classroom block. I raised it to the minister, but the government did not intervene on time. Salikanye, we have old structures since colonial days. We need a facelift. The teachers' quarters was out of a Samaritan who constructed it, but it was incomplete. If you see the way the teachers are living in that house, it's serious, unbearable. Honorable Speaker, coming to the roads, the Bani Salikanye Njabakunda Road is welcomed by the community, and we celebrated it when the stone was laid. But the work, the progress is very low. The road is not of quality. This is not from me, this is from NRA and the minister himself who went on monitoring. So we want the ministry to look over this contract. If the contractor cannot fulfill, cannot live up to expectation, let it be given to somebody before rains. Because if not, a lot of money has been invested into this project. So we want to see it durable, we want to see it, roadworthy. A president cannot, MPP or the president cannot say, they build Salikanye Road, when it is not of quality. At the end of the 2-3 years, we have another problem. So we shouldn't entertain that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from Daruriruwan via Kerapati to Mintekunda, this is another crucial road in Central Bari. It's a belt. Over the weekend, we heard that the president laid a stone at Njawara, which is welcoming. I know it will take that straight to Mintekunda. But from Daruriruwan on the highway to Kerapati, which is a commercial center, that road also needs to be fixed. I don't know whether it's part of the project or not. I want the Vice President to inform me. Honorable Speaker, coming to fishing, Salikanye has been known for fishing since time on memory. And there were a lot of efforts made in that tender to see to it that we produce enough catches so that we can support the neighboring villages. The President of the Republic, through the Ministry of Fisheries, supplied the community with fishing gears. But there is serious politics taking place. It was given to an old man of 70 years. Old man of 70 years, who is older than the Vice President. We don't expect that person to go and fish and bring into the community. We need to empower the youths, because those projects are meant for the youths so that they can have a livelihood, so that they will not venture into illegal migration. Up to now, we communicated the governor, we communicated the chief, we communicated the minister himself. so that they come, we address this issue. So as a government, we need to tackle issues in a manner that it will not go out of hand. Because the next minute, if people go out, you say Salakaya people they are very violent, Honorable is mobilizing them. And this is our constitutional right. In the Constitution, Section 212, it says, all organs of the state shall strive towards the realization of national unity, peace, and stability. 2 says, every effort shall be made to integrate the people of the Gambia and foster loyalty to the Gambia without discrimination. Our people have been seriously discriminated by that old man and the team who claim to become MPP members. So, Deputy Speaker, you have a role to play, part of MPP. Communicate to the people of Salikeng. Ask your people, where is the boat now? The boat is not, in fact, in Salikeng. It has been moved to another destination. Nobody knows. Honorable Speaker, coming to youth and irregular migration. Migration is an issue. It's not limited to Gambia alone. It's a continental problem. Our young people live in the coast, going to Europe in the name of greener pasture, in the name of, better livelihood. Honorable Speaker, this leads to loss of lives, particularly in the island of Jinak. There is no family in Jinak that is not affected with this. Parents are still mourning, wives are mourning the loss of their husband, no communication. 2 boats, nearly 300 people left the island of Jinak. Nobody knows where they are right now. Honorable Speaker, in the past government, efforts were made to strengthen our surveillance around the sea areas so that the illegal migration is stopped. What is happening now? What is immigration doing? So we need to intensify, we need to strengthen our efforts to ensure that we mitigate. Honorable Speaker, coming to the country itself. Honorable Speaker, the judiciary and the executive, these are separate organs, but we believe they have to respect each other, as we should also respect the executive. The judiciary should be independent. This is constitution. If the judiciary make a decision, let us respect the decision of the judiciary. Today, what is happening in Brufut is uncalled for. And we need speedy justice delivery system in this country. Because these are the reforms that we have been championing. And now we are getting into the 10th year of our transition. So if these issues are not addressed, they could lead to something that you and I can be affected. The innocent old man who was sitting at his compound gate, was on the floor. Due to what? Because there is a protest. Why people are protesting? So we have to look at every reaction, do you understand, have its consequences. So, Honorable Speaker, we need to make sure that our institutions are respected. Honorable Speaker, talking about the term limit, we will talk about term limit because term limits lead to violence in other countries, lead to unconstitutional change of governments, lead to coup d'etats, which we don't want in this country. I'm not calling for coup d'etat, but I'm saying we have to talk about it. Do you understand? It is part of ECOWAS, protocols that there should be term limits. So whether it is the constitution or not, President Barrow should start with himself. He should have a legacy in this country. This is his legacy. It's not Suleiman's legacy. It's his legacy to say Gambian people, bye-bye, let them choose somebody among them. So we will talk about it, whether it's done or not. If we are not successful for him to respect our voice, to understand us, ballot box will kick you out. Honorable Speaker, coming to diaspora voting. Diaspora voting is very key, and according to the statistics, the remittances coming to this country from the diaspora is very crucial to our GDP. So we need to try, this parliament should make sure that we give the opportunity to diaspora to vote. And supplementary registration is coming. We should use it as a chance to give the diaspora a voice. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank each and every one of us for witnessing today.
Thank you, Member for Central Badibu. I'll now invite the member for Opanyomi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me also give my colleagues to recognize the presence of the Vice President and other cabinet ministers here present, and their technicians. Honorable Speaker, I will start with my constituency of Opanyomi. We have been thanking the government for giving us the Hakala Road, and we will also always continue to thank the government for giving us this important road. And we also have been thanking the government for providing us an electricity for the first time in our life. We have never had an electricity till when this new government came to power. Yes. Honorable Speaker, the community ambulances and the ambulances provided in our most 3 strategic health facilities, which are Albreda, Kechorno, and Nemokunku. We also thank the government for making sure that these health facilities have an ambulance. And Honorable Care for Health will continue to ask for more ambulances because more new health facilities are built in Opanyomi, especially that of Kermama. So we need an ambulance in that facility. But we got a promise from the Honorable Minister that he's going to give us an ambulance, and we thank him for that. Honorable Speaker, for us to recover from COVID-19 and these wars that are going on throughout the world, I think agriculture is a solution. I have been saying it here. The 300 million that is given to GGC, I will appeal to this honorable house and to the Minister of Finance. It's better and it's important for him to bring a supplementary appropriation bill for us to give more funds to GGC in order to rescue this country. Today, the price of the fuel is increased. The price of fuel is increased is because of this Iran and America-Israel war. So government need to act fast to control it. Otherwise, it may not tell well. Honorable Speaker, it's the responsibility of every government to provide food for every resident in this country and also to provide feed for all the animals. And we cannot do that without promoting agriculture. There is a need for us to invest into agriculture. And this government is doing that. Today, more feeder roads, foundation stone has been laid, more farm machineries have been displayed in Brikamaba. We have seen on TV. And I think the government is on the right track. But if you cannot produce a national requirement, government need to intervene in a form of supply because you cannot produce on the land. And in making sure that you provide the gap in the form of supply, there should be an institution responsible for that. And GGC is the best player in that. So the 300 million, that's why I said the 300 million that's allocated for them in this past budget. If we want to rescue the country, there is a need for us to bring a supplementary appropriation bill to give them more funds. Yes. Otherwise, we may be in trouble. Honorable Speaker, the president going for 3rd term, that's a constitutional right. Our constitution have no term limits. And the honorable members that are calling for term limits, and to start with the president. In 2017, we were 31 in this assembly. We have all the powers, including me. We were 31. We have all the powers to change the constitution. We have the numbers to change the constitution. But we never, Honorable Speaker. But we brought a constitutional amendment for age limits. You cannot make a law to suit an individual. You cannot. And that's what we did here. That's what we did here. What type of talking are you people making in these chambers? Nobody can stop the president going for that time. And we, the honorable members of the majority camp, we are 100% behind him. We're going to give him all the support he needs. If you are in the opposition, you are there to cross in front of the president not to go for that time. What of us? Why are we going to be afraid? We will not. So be rest assured. So we will see, the toolkit we will start. Yes. Honorable Speaker, this is the fact. The president have all the right by the constitution. He have all right morally, politically, to go for any unlimited term he wants. And the people of this country are going to vote for him. Because he owes us. He owes us to pay him back with more votes. Come 2026 December. Come 2026, the people of Oponyama are 100% behind the president. And the people of other constituencies are 100% behind the president. Even the constituencies where you are, they are now today 100% behind the president. And this will come to reality come December 2026. You'll be very surprised in your own constituencies. Because people are not sleeping, huh? People are seeing what is going on. We are aware. And in fact, if you are sure of winning the poll in 2026, why are you asking the president to step down? For what? If you are 100% sure, then it means that you are not sure of yourself. You are not sure of yourself. Yes, because you must be agitated. What I'm saying, you don't like it. You know? Yeah. Honorable Speaker, this is the reality. People stop deceiving the Gambian people. You cannot put the law in your own hands. Your desire cannot override the law. No. You want the president to stop for 2 times, yes. But is that what has been said by the law? No. So forget it. Let's make sure peace prevail in the country. Otherwise, you may put yourself in the hot soup. On that note, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Member for Opanyomi, for that contribution. I now invite the member for Fonyi Councillor.
All right, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thank the Vice President and various ministers who are present, and also thank all members of this House. Honorable Speaker, I go straight to basic and secondary education. Dr. Honorable Drame, we are very pleased for this immediate action that you have taken in terms of directives on graduation ceremony. And I think we will not be fair if we don't thank you, and also salute you for this enormous event. And you are in the right track. Remember that you are not alone in this. We will also join you to support this crusade. And also to the parents who have kids in school, let them adhere to the basic and secondary education directive so that it will be a crime-free. And again, in terms of wastage in financial resources, where you have kindergartens, basic and secondary education, wearing gowns as if they are graduating. So this is a norm, and history will record you. We are very pleased for this effort. Thank you so very much. Honorable Speaker, in my constituency, that is Fatima Senior Secondary School, Honorable Basic and Secondary Education, we have an issue where mathematics teacher is a challenge, and again also science is also a challenge. Most of the cases, I think the teacher who was in Mayok Senior Secondary School does a lot of job where he do normally organize extra classes in Mayok, then travel to Fatima to support the students. So we seek your indulgence as a ministry to solve this. Fatima was Fatima then, but today Fatima is not Fatima. So we are asking for your support in that crusade, where science, chemistry, physics was historic, and history will write us properly. But today is a big challenge as a higher and secondary education. Honorable Speaker, to higher education, we are saying to you a salute and thumbs up. Kanilai Science and Technology, the Skill Center, is up and running. And we've seen the support of government through you and the enormous effort that you've did, knocking donors, in which support is enormous. And we thank you very much, Honorable Prof, for your stand and also the stand for equipment. No TVET center will work better without equipment. So I think the government also, Honorable Speaker, through the Vice President, the government should look a holistic approach in this, where it will be the core mandatory for government to be able to provide this equipment, not only depending on donors. If donors doesn't come, those TVET centers will be history. So I think Vice President take note of that, so that the government will be able to inclusively include in the budget for tools and materials for TVET centers. Down to higher education also, I will say this, and I think I'm on record, that the president has said about the 300 million for National Food Security Processing Marketing Corporation for recapitalization. It is our making. We are informing the president and the cabinet ministers that it is our making, the making of parliament. It was not done through the Minister of Finance. When we started this, he had to leave. We even tell him that we will put it there. We will put it there, we'll cut it. It is the parliament's making. So we are putting this to the vice president to inform the president that we made this and history will record us. Honorable Speaker, also, we are putting this to the finance minister that we want these funds to be available. We want this fund. We will not put this fund at the end of the day. He will now give excuses to recapitalization of GGC. We are warning him for that, and that resource must be available. And again also, therein for electricity, a 200 million was also crafted by us parliamentarians. So if government is taking credit, I wonder how. It is our making. We cut from various sectors, and in which higher education is suffering because of that. We wanted to say that for scholarship for higher education, members rose and said, let's work on electricity. So parliamentarians, I am saying to you, thank you very much for also improving rural electrification in this parliament by cutting from other sectors. Honorable Speaker, in the area of health, I thank the Minister of Health through World Bank project. Today, Buyam is Buyam. And one thing that I will tell them, they keep on renaming hospitals. Suleiman Junkun Jame Hospital, former, they said it's now Buyam General Hospital. So I know the hospital in Mankamankunda will also be renamed when the next government comes. So that one is not an issue. So for Buyam General Hospital, it's up and running, and I think the work is an advanced stage. About 90–95% is already done. So the hospital is enormously moving, and we thank also the CEO for also partnering with Pearl Foundation that had supported the maternal and neonatal unit. Last week, they donated equipment. So we also thank him for his support, and the private sector also collaboration in the health sector. Not only that, health is not only infrastructure. And I'm putting this to the Vice President. I think the minister and even the president, or you, visit Nemban and see the condition of Nemban. Nemban is unbearable. I want you to take chance, visit Nemban for yourself. So we are not talking for the sake of talking. We are here to make sure we do proper oversight. A hospital like Nemban, the condition is unbearable. And these are facts. Honorable member for Banjul, we went together when this issue of boat capsized in this illegal migration. People were being in bare floor, in RVTH, bare floor. They have been fixing drips in this 21st century. Because the problem that the health sector is facing is, before you talk of improving Edward Francis Small on Demban, work on Bansang, work on Farafenye, work on BIAM, and work on Brikama, work on all this health sector. It will reduce and make sure issues work as expected. I think, therefore, these are all issues that I want to. No, please, don't disturb me, please. All right, so health sector is a concern, and we are following it. And for me in Buyam, every day or every week I will enter there to observe and see how World Bank project is going. And I'm proud. And I'm proud of the hospital. Thank you very much for the government and through the Minister of Health. All right, so down line to security. Honorable Vice President, or digital economic, the minister went, I don't know who will represent. I will inform him, digitalization is very difficult. And you need to take the bull by the horn to digitalize this country. And that's the solution. That will reach us a final designation in terms of resource mobilization. And the other part that I also want to put across to the Vice President, Honorable Speaker, about the redundancy or payoff that they did about the social plan for Gamcel. 642. Out of that, they are said they are to pay them if you serve a 17-year payment. It's not 17 years with months. Each year, we all know the whole year is about 12 months. Each year you will be paid only 2 months. 2 months payment for those people. I don't know who had initiated or who sat over this to come with this social plan. And a vulnerability that I was saying yesterday was, if, for example, a person is paid these services, and again, you have a loan in Gamtel, you have a loan in the bank, you have a loan in credit union, all those monies will be remitted, and you end up going home with zero. So the social plan has no issues towards catering that. So I think we have to think outside the box. It's unfair and it's vulnerable. We all know the condition of this country. Honorable Speaker, finally to defense. Honorable Vice President, Honorable Speaker, this is to the Vice President. You sit in National Security Council. Immigration bill or various 6 bills of security. As I said, I want you to take a stand to those ministries and departments. They are in their cover today. They are in their cover, especially immigration. They created a unit that is to police the border. Last week I was told they were intercepted. They intercepted a boat around Tangier or so, but the people came with guns and they are bare-handed. The training commensurate with the bill is in line. They will also be armed, but they cannot arm. Why? Because the bill is nowhere to be seen. We put this question to the Interior Minister, Justice Minister. The Justice Minister will say heaven and earth. The Minister of Interior will say heaven and earth. I don't know where is this bill. Immigration, if it is supported, it will yield dividend. 508 million that they collected 2025. If they are supported, it will be a game changer. Resource mobilization we're talking of. So I think, Honorable Speaker, these are areas that I wanted to talk. And I'm also finally saying, issue of Fonyi. If the government don't decide, we'll decide. And the decision will be made by us soon. We will not be laid vulnerable in our own country where cells will come from Senegal. The government will not say anything. We will act, and we will act soon if the government doesn't take action. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I'll now invite the member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me time and space to also participate in this adjournment debate. Honorable Speaker, I must thank the Vice President and the Honorable Ministers who are there. Definitely, these are people who mean business because they always choose their national responsibility before politics. Anytime you have business with them, the business is always considered. Honorable Speaker, all the noise going on, whatever is going on in this country, it is all about economic challenges. All of us agree, the government is constructing roads everywhere. All of us agree, the government is building health posts everywhere and then also providing ambulances. And then we again agree, the Ministry of Higher Education is performing very well together with the Ministry of...
Yes. Yeah, Minority Leader. Okay. Yeah, it's 6:30 now, and then it's motion on adjournment. Yeah, please, Fonyi Jaro, continue. I hope you are not increasing his time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Because all what I want to dilate today is about the economic challenges, and I want to ask the Vice President, there were certain good things that were happening that were stopped. People are talking everywhere, not because of you are not doing any development projects, but it is all about economic challenges that cannot match with the high cost of living in this country. Honorable Vice President, Your Excellency, before, Odlis used to travel with the ministers when they visit outside country. You people stop it. Your Excellency, the Vice President, again, before any time you got admission into the college, you already got stipend and a job. In fact, when you finish university, or you are sent to Taiwan for studies, when you come back, you have a job waiting for you. Your Excellency, again, do we sometimes stand up for our people? Another economic challenge is our drivers, the transport union. Senegalese will drive into this country anytime, any day.
Honorable Member for Fonyi Jaro, address me.
Just say, let me look at you.
No, Fonyi Jaro.
Yes. Yeah, Honorable Speaker.
Fonyi Jaro.
Yes.
I said address me, please.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, again, the government needs to be standing for its people. Few weeks back ago, our drivers were complaining. Senegalese government or Senegalese drivers would drive to this country any time of the day without being harassed or without being stopped. Our drivers, they will not even be allowed to get into Senegal. They have a stopping point where they will ask them to stop, and they will say that the government is not responsible, it's the Transport Union of Senegal that is responsible. Are we standing for the economic prosperity of our people? All the noise going on is not about the development that we are counting. The government is constructing road, this and this. You stop a lot of good things. I one time say it here, being an opposition is not a crime. But for you people, when you are in the opposition, it was a crime. Because when you came, you stopped a lot of good things, like what I am talking about. Today, it is two of you people fighting together, the center, the left and the center. It's not us. You did not find us to be the problem. Because when you came, it was like 2017, 2018, putting on this screen was a crime. In fact, if they are able to arrest you to take you to ICC, they will do it. It was the biggest crime. Today you are locking horns together. We sit and observe and watch you and enjoy you. We need to stand up for our people. My Fonyi people, what we need there is economic prosperity. People need jobs. People need salaries that would match the high cost of living in this country. Honorable Your Excellency, the Vice President, again, the Speaker, I still want to find out why up to date you still have some security forces who their house allowances is still $250. I just want to find out. What we approved here was more than 250, but I have the evidences that I will still show 250 has house rent. Why does this continue to exist? This is what the noise is all about in this country. When we say security, we're not only talking about the police securing us. In my Fonyi Jaro, we need a vehicle because where we are, even in Kampasa, some of the compounds are in Casamas, and we know what is happening there. How would the police reach Kampasa on time? Sometimes they have to hire motorbikes to go there. And then again, my people, you know, before we live at the border, in fact, this women enterprise, that the money that was given to the women, what are they doing? It's only firewood business. Now it's dangerous even to get to the border villages to fetch firewood and then sell. That's another trouble for us. Again, with this crisis that is happening, the rebellion, the gardens at the border, Women again have to run and leave those gardens. 2 weeks when that is not water is a problem. Remember, the college also is not free. That economic pressure is on families. How are they going to pay those people? And again, there are people even who, after completing the college or the university, they are still sitting at home, no jobs for them. I said the noise that is going on is not about the construction of these roads. That when we talk, you start counting the road from Bassa to Barra. I don't think you have met the length and the breadth or the number of roads that the former government constructed. Coastal Road today is Coastal Road that all of us want to live there because of we turn it into Coastal Road. The network there, Daslame, Marakisa, some of you coming from Gunjur, before you don't drive there. I don't know, you're talking like nothing happened before. It's very sad. And today it is you people who were together 2017 to fight us, fighting each other. Continue fighting each other. We don't sympathize you because your team was built on falsehood and now the truth is going to destroy you. That's what is going to happen. Our people need economic prosperity. The country needs to stand for its people. I was surprised when I would see that what is going on in Fonyi, no public statement or from government came, but in the Middle East again, a statement came. Who did you blame? You blame the oppressed, not the oppressor. I just had it. You are not even, you feared even speaking the truth to say who to blame. Blame the right person. That's where my Bible Mansa, he goes straight to the point. He does not beat about the bush. So, but all what I'm saying here, it's not about you people are not making any progress in development. Like today, we are proud of even the university, just a week back, they graduated about, 54 medical doctors in our own soil. This has never happened during the colonial time. But this graduation, Bible's name will never be mentioned. And you say you want us to unite. I think you people are special people who need special treatment. Sometimes I wonder, when you come here, you say we are speaking the truth. This truth is what? Our people need economic prosperity, both in offices, even at workplaces. We approve things here. When we pay slip, you look at especially the securities, it is looks like it's totally ignored.
Can I observe, please?
I want the speaker. There were good things, even the settle was stopped, which is a good initiative. I want to find out why we cannot continue with the settle. I told you before, when we are doing it, you are calling us forced labor. Today you want to bring it back. It's not possible. But I'm asking this question, why? Because if we bring it today, we'll call you forced labor. So, you see, we have to be genuine oppositions. And then being an opposition is not being a criminal. I know today for you people, if you got the opportunity, you will lock us or you even get us out of this house. Because you people think that we are enemies of progress, but we are your own enemies. Because when you people came, you stopped all the good things. That's what you people did. Even the allowances, whatever we are doing for securities, before the securities don't lack meat. When I see them sometimes, I teach some of them. I say they are sending you to go and stop this protest when some of you are going hungry. How are you going to stop them? Some of them, if you push them, they're going to fall down. They are not eating. Because you ignore them. During our time, they are frigates, go to the camps. Even California appear you. It's always filled with meat. When you people came, you formed the Ghana Commission and you shared all the cattle because you cannot have anything. You said almost everything. You people came to destroy this country, but now you are blaming each other. We are sitting and watching you. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. You know, in as much as members have the privilege of saying whatever they want within the heaven and the earth, sometimes you are guided by law to be saying things that you can substantiate. I'm not sure which allowances have been stopped, but maybe when the Vice President commands the move of the motion, they should be able to substantiate that. Order, honorable members. You cannot say that. That's false. That is false. You cannot say that. The member for Fonyi Bintan Karana, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, my time is eating in. Honorable Speaker, my time is eating on. Okay, thank you. Honorable Speaker, to start with, as I always say, we are here to stay, for your information. And Alhamdulillah, for 9 months there was no adjournment debate in the National Assembly. Alhamdulillah, this time you have allowed us to debate on matters and issues that are affecting Gambians. And it has never happened in the history of the Gambia that National Assembly members will come here, deliberately adjourn without debate for 9 months. It has never happened in the history of the Gambia, except under NPP government, except under the majority caucus, that they always deny us from debating here in the National Assembly.
Honorable Speaker, point of observation.
Honorable Speaker.
Point of observation.
Honorable Speaker, going further. Honorable Speaker, we are here to raise the concern of our people. And our people's concern matter to us. So the NPP members cannot continually deny us from participating in the debate of our country and of our affairs.
Point of order, point of order. Point of order.
There is a point of order from the member for Nyanija.
You cannot do that. Of course, I will. Honorable Speaker, I think it's he's inputting improper motives on other members. You see, it's 29.5. I have it here, but everybody knows this is common knowledge for all of us. You are inputting improper motives on members. Any decision that is made here is made by the plenary, not individual members. Please stop that.
Honorable members, order. Yes, the order from the member for Nyanja sustained. Members, please, you know, this is the highest democratic institution. And whatever happened here is by the voice of the majority, and that's the voice of God. So please, members, whatever motion or voting that took place here, do not blame it on a section of members and present them in a manner that is imputing improper motive on them. The member for Fonyi Bondali, please, Binta Karanai, please avoid that. Continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To continue, Honorable Speaker, the majority caucus has constantly denied us from debating.
Honorable member for Fonyi Bintan Karana, you must respect my ruling. Honorable member for Fonyi Bintan Karana.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member for Fonyi Bintan Karana, you must respect my ruling.
Honorable Speaker.
You must respect my ruling. If
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
If you want to continue your debate, you must avoid that and continue your debate. If not, I will send you out of this.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, the member for Lower Salem, you have the floor.
No. Honorable Speaker, orders 8.3. Orders 8.3. The Speaker's ruling shall be final on the causes and the procedures that. Honorable Speaker, you see, the member for Yibintang rose a point of order that your ruling is final, and himself, he is now against that ruling that you have ruled before. I think you should obey and you preach what you have said, because already you have denied somebody the Speaker's ruling, and you start there you try to deny the Speaker's ruling.
Thank you. Order. Members from Birkama North, Central Baribu, and others, please, let's maintain that. And Lower Salem, please, decorum, order. Honorable members, this very session today, the member for Fonyi Bintan Kranai, because I make a ruling that he believed was in his favor, and someone was trying to disobey that ruling, and he rose to a point of order. reminding that member that Speaker's ruling are final and should be obeyed. And the same session, he is disregarding that. The Honorable Member for Bintankarana, I want us to live by what we say. And I want us to abide by the standing orders of the Assembly. I don't want people to disregard my rulings. If you want to continue debating, you must abide by that. If you want to debate, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The President must go. The President must go. Honorable Speaker, when some of us remember where we came from, we are not easily intimidated by anything. Honorable Speaker, we have a nation to build, and in the process of building our nation, we know it will be hard, it will be challenging, but we are ready to overcome the challenges that we are faced with. And nothing I said, nothing can stop us from conquering this battle. I tell you that for free. And the President must go. 2020 is a slogan that we must sing, and we stand by it. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind the Gambian people, I want to remind the government, especially, that the alcalos are not servants of the government. The alcalos are not your agent that should be there, that you should impose whatever you want on them. Be very, very careful of these realities. Most of you will see that alcalos are under the government, alcalos are government, because you have paid them little money, that you want them always to stand by you. The alcalos are there for all the oppositions of this country, and the alcalos are there for all the Gambian people. The alcalos are not only there to be used by our government. It's not realistic, it's not sustainable, and we must desist from that, as I am warning you from now on. Going further, Honorable Speaker, you see, when I was looking at the State of Nation address by the President, 43, it says access to electricity. 90% Gambians have got electricity. In my constituency, for instance, we have 43 villages. Out of that 43, 17 villages could not get electricity. And those are Jakoisibik, Bita, Upert, Gilembe, Janag, Nyanjit, Paima, Sikon, Sita, Jako, Bajilo. You have Kare Manjamfa, Fasinjai, Denelo, Jakoi Bintang, Jakin, Kamoso, and Tubakuta. All these villages are without electricity. Where is the 90% that you are claiming? As much as we are talking, let's speak about the realities that exist. I challenge you to come up with the plain truth. And if things are difficult with us, let us stay as it is. Let us say it is difficult. We must all stand and find the solutions to the challenges that we face. Honorable Speaker, going further, the arrest of Hussein Bojang after being discharged by the court is unconstitutional, is unrealistic.
Honorable members, technicians, this interjection is about a minute. You might not sit from his time. Yes, when he's continuing, he will speak less than a minute of his time, because I told members, my ruling, you must abide by that. He was here, I made the ruling on that. If you talk about Hussein Bojang here, I'll send you out of this chamber. No, of course. I will do that. If you do that, I will send you out of the chambers. I don't, order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, order, please. Honorable members, we must not joke with the business of the Assembly. The Speaker cannot make rulings, and members are blatantly disregarding that. I will not tolerate that. Proceed, and then you have to reduce.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to remind you that the new Barra ferry is a scam. Honorable Speaker, this is a real scam. Honorable Speaker, we must ascertain whether this ferry is even new or old. We must ascertain whether it's second hand or third hand or fourth hand. You understand? Honorable Speaker, going further to tell you about the reality. This ferry, Honorable Speaker, I am only given 1 minute when I should be given.
Yeah, because you are disrupting this proceeding.
No. Honorable Speaker, that is not. Speaker, I am left with 4 minutes or more. Yeah, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, you have 4 minutes, so you speak for 3 minutes.
Yes.
1 minute will be subtracted from the 4 minutes. Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, going further. Honorable Speaker, the ferry they told us is very, very fast. before ferry consume almost 1 hour between Banjul and Baba, sometimes 1 hour 30 minutes. Just yesterday, we were there and it was crossing. I saw it, I am not told. This is what I experienced. So this is why I am saying it's a scam. It's a scam. So we must be realistic to ourselves. Honorable Speaker, as much as we are looking at issues and things, Honorable Speaker, salaries for civil servants. Salaries for civil servants, how do we improve? When we say the economy is growing, but the salaries for civil servants is less than $200. It's less than $150. Honorable Speaker, we must be ready to improve the salaries of the civil servant. So much so, people can have decent living condition in the country. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the ministers, especially the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education, and the Honorable Minister and the Vice President that are seated here. I know some of the ministers, like the Minister of Agriculture, are busy bullying and insulting politicians in the political arena. This is why he's not here. Honorable Speaker, going further. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to agriculture, we have a commitment to fulfill. Honorable Speaker, you cannot go and give a horse cart to people and allow them to be singing and praising you. It's not realistic. Agricultural mechanization, only billboards that you are bringing. But real agricultural mechanization, that will give us the attainment of food self-sufficiency, that you are not thinking in that line. And thinking that you can continue to fool Gambians. 2026 will not be good for you. I am telling you. Honorable Speaker, to go further, you see, when we talk about issues, we talk about the realities. And these are the realities that we are putting forward. Today, as we stand in this country, we have a lot to work on. And some of those issues that we are neglecting are very sensitive and important, especially inflation. Inflation. And the president, with all what is happening, he wants to maintain ECOWAS here for a third term. That will never be possible. Guess what? And you will talk about this after 2026 election. You will remind me on my words. These are important terms that I'm telling you. That the ECOWAS no third term policy stands, including the Gambia, and Gambia cannot be an exception. So we cannot allow the president to push him to go for a third term, because we cannot allow the economic forces to continue to stay in this country. If the country loves him, why do we need economic forces here? So the president must go 2026, inshallah, and nothing can stop that. Honorable Speaker, going further, 600 million on travels. What are those travels giving us? 600 million on travels. What are those travels giving us? Imagine if we are to put that 600 million in terms of agricultural mechanization, in terms of improving the seeds, in terms of teaching the technical know-how onto the farmers. That will boost our economy, and that will take us to another level. But I know some of you are allergic to the truth and you don't want the truth. So what can we do? This is the situation. In terms of sport in Foni, Honorable Speaker, to the Sport Minister, I know some of you are in the haste for my time to collapse, but the rest are so. Honorable Speaker, in Foni Bintang Karanai, there is a mini stadium that we have, and we want to tax the minister, my namesake, Honorable Minister of Youth and Sport, to take up the responsibility. And we don't want him to be going giving jerseys and other people and allow people to be singing for them or clap for them. We want it to be realistic and let them go and construct that mini stadium, multi-purpose center for the youth of Foni Bintang Kabana, as they are part and parcel of this country. So on that note, I kindly and humbly take my seat with pride. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member for Foni Bintang Karanai. I now give the floor to nominated member Maimuna Sise.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I will also join my colleague to thank the Vice President and the Cabinet Ministers here present since in the morning. We would also like to thank the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk and the technicians who are making this session to be so successful. Honorable Speaker, I will start my intervention by thanking the Ministry of Agriculture with the project on the Giraffe project, which is giving the Gambians the feeder roads they deserve. Gambia doesn't belong to the Banjulians or the Kombonkas. They should be enjoying the benefit of the state. We all deserve it. I can see that whoever stands over here, they will complement their own areas, but the rural areas also, we deserve better. I would like to thank the President for giving the Jawara Mintakunda Road a serious consideration, including the far right member, which is Central Badibu, the Salikanye to Njabakunda Road also under construction, even though we all understand that the slow pace of the construction is kind of a concern. The 207 kilometer feeder road which are to be constructed, we commend the government for that. Honorable Speaker, this country belongs to all of us. Unfortunately, last week I wasn't here when the Sona was taking place. But we live in digital world. Where I was privy to watch the whole entire Sona. And what I observed that day and what I watched is kind of pathetic. We are parliamentarians, and we're supposed to be a very responsible people. Our own standing order is the one to guide us in our actions, our movement, on everything of this National Assembly. Order 17A, I read, Honorable Speaker. All members shall enter and leave the chambers with decorum. Honorable Speaker, the day of the Sona, what happened here is unacceptable and is uncalled for. Honorable Speaker, being an opposition doesn't give a license to anybody to be disordered. We have to respect this chamber and respect the people we are representing. I'll dwell on that one instead of the other Sona reports because most of my colleagues have already dwelled. I don't want to repeat. But that particular thing, it seems like everybody want to ignore it. It's past and gone. It's not going to be past and gone. We have to be responsible, and we have to be acted as a responsible members when we are representing our people. Democracy can be strengthened by debate, not by chaos. Discipline, not a threat. Members cannot stand in front of the chamber here trying to belittle the president by a so-called point of order. Who are you ordering? Who are you ordering? The president you are ordering, or who are you ordering? Because the comments they were using here, some people are in the gallery clapping. Is our standing order have any legality on those people? I don't believe. Hadn't we, that should be the case, that the speaker should address the gallery before the Sona begins. But if that doesn't happen, when people are chanting or clapping for, it's natural in the world, clapping in the parliament, to be accepted when such a day is happening. We are not talking to ourselves, we are talking to those people. If they are happy to hear what they want to hear, definitely when they clap, that should not be a chaos in this parliament. But I thank my president, His Excellency. He's somebody who is a Democrat. He's somebody who is a humble person. When they were acting very low, he acted very high of them. By sitting here, the picture or the posture he posted, looking at them with that beautiful smile in his face, that will make him lead this country to the fullest of the ability of the Gambian. The democracy we fought for 2016 is going to preserve in this country. Honorable Speaker, I think these oppositions, some of these opposition, they are bankrupt, politically bankrupt. They don't have no information. They don't have no political agenda to give to the Gambian people, other than to be fighting, to be caricaturing, to be criticizing the president. They cannot work on any tangible ideas that will bring the nation to a perspective way. They are politically bankrupt. No agenda. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Ministry of Energy. The Lower Badibu North, they've been experiencing non-electricity since Gambia get independent. About 17 communities are left without electricity. But thanks to the Minister of Energy, this new last surface, I think the Lower Badibu North, only 3 is left out of 7. The 14 communities will get the electricity. We thank the minister for that, and we will indulgence of them to help us, those three communities, because you cannot be circled by your various satellite villages, and you are exceptional not having the electricity. So we are yearning on that. Let the minister consider us on that. Honorable Speaker, the term limit. The famous term limit on the far right. Far left. Why the term limit now? Because since the independence of the, Gambia, 1965, the same Gambia, we are all here. Sadauda was here till his term was ended. We never had such a term limit. Yaya Jammeh was here, 22 good years, we never had such a drama. But why President Barrow always no term limit? That's why I said they are politically bankrupt. Because if they have the political idea, they can maneuver in this country the way we maneuver in 2016 to get this country. But they have not. Because they could have, what they are yearning for today, could easily happen in this country if they hadn't been there approved the constitution. But they are the first people who deny the Gambians the rights. And President Barrow, when he was coming to this new dispensation, everybody was thinking that the Gambia was on the right direction with the coalition. But when they put their political coup d'etat, they jeopardized the whole entire episode. The whole entire coalition collapsed because thanks to them. Because they were not genuine to what they were preaching in their political podiums. There was a civilized parley coup, which was averted by the citizens of this country. In 2021, we denied them. And still now, those are the bitter people in the society who still now want to continue and try to inject instability in this country. It's not going to happen. The instability they are trying to inject, we will deny you as we deny you 2021, and this 2026 is going to be worse than that. 2026 is going to be worse than that, because Gambians has already tested your power, your ability, your credibility, and it has put into question. 2026, President Barrow has nothing to worry about. If you have any agenda, let's go meet the electorate. We are heading to the election, and we want a peaceful election in this country, and we are heading to the, voter registration. Put your people there if you believe. We have non-Gambians registered in this country. If we have to go through the history, we know the party's history, whom those people, if they don't even, they are even lack of the thumbprint, they can do they are fit to thumbprint. We know them, and we know their capability. We know whatever they are crying for, they are the ones who are good at that. I was part of them, and I know what was happening there. So therefore, you cannot be accusing of something which you were doing it. I know some certain individuals within that rank of those political party who were doing the dubious in time of the political registration. So we know we don't have to be talking. But let's get there. The system will correct every one of us. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I take my first speech of me.
Honorable members, order. You know, she is the only female within our midst today. Order, honorable members. She is the only female within our midst today, and her contributions is excellent. Thank you very much, nominated member. I now invite the member for Latikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Actually, by the time you called my name, I was looking at the photos uploaded on the National Assembly website of all the members. I realized I'm the most handsome here. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Vice President, I thank you and your entire cabinet for your patience to listen to all what the honorable members were saying regarding to your various sectors. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the Honorable Vice President, how does the government feel when we do things former dictator Yaya Jammeh was doing? Because 2016, I remember, We went over this country far and wide, to the most remotest part of this country. What we were telling them is President Yahya Jammeh is a dictator. By way of that, he arrests people, arbitrary detention, etc., tear gassing people. Now we are doing the same thing. That's why I want to know, how does your government feel when we do the same thing that former President Yahya Jammeh was doing? How do we feel? Honorable Speaker, when people talk about term limit, for me, to be honest with you, my easiest candidate to defeat in 2020 presidential election will be President Barrow. That's going to be our easiest candidate to defeat. But let's be very honest here. Let's be very, very honest here, honorable members. And honorable Speaker, let's be very honest. President Barrow is conflicted between constitutional obligation and a moral obligation. 2016, what we were telling coalition government or coalition partner, what we were telling Gambians, we're going to bring term limit. And President Barrow himself was saying, he is a fan of term limit. So for me, if I am conflicted between a constitutional obligation and moral obligation, I'm going to take side of the moral obligation. So people should tell President Barrow, it's not about legal obligation, it's about what the Constitution said. It's about what he told Gambian people when he wanted the votes. This is the reality. It's not about what the Constitution said. It's not what the National Assembly denied people, 2 million people to access their constitution. It's not about that. It's about what the President told people when he was campaigning in the election. So President Barrow is conflicted between moral obligations and the constitutional obligation. And in my opinion, he should take side of the moral obligation. This is what the Auto Gambia. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the hardship in this country, for me, it's like this government want to force Gambian citizens to change our eating habit and to change our lifestyles. Because if you look at the bag of rice in those days was like 1,500. I think when the government came some years ago, it was 1,500, little above 1,500. Now we are speaking about 2,000 some hundred. Some high-end rice will cost you over $3,000. That is why I said this government, I think, is forcing Gambians to change our eating habits and our lifestyle. Because what is happening as far as commodity prices are concerned is very, very unbearable. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is an election year. An election year, we are going to validate the government. We are going to give government a scorecard. We are going to give government a report card. And for me, what I'm coming to say here, these are not my words. These are the words of 53 constituencies in this country. And also, since in the morning, I have been listening to all the National Assembly members. You all spoken, and kept quiet. And what the constituents told me in your constituencies is the same thing elaborated by National Assembly members. So which means that this positive, this report card or this scorecard that the Gambian people told me about the government is true. Number one, Honorable Speaker, electricity supply failed. In the scorecard, this government achievement in electricity supply all over the country is a failure. Economic growth and stability failed. Stability of prices and basic commodities failed. Security sector reform failed. Corruption and embezzlement excellent. Agriculture failed. Sports and youth development failed because Gambia cannot still host a single match in our Independence Stadium. And this project has been going for like several years. So therefore, youth development and the sport, this government, this scorecard is also failed. Health access and quality failed. Unnecessary spending, cost of governance, excellent. Giving false information to people through the Minister of Information, excellent. Honorable Speaker, my advice to the honorable ministers. You see, when honorable ministers, we go to television and radios, conduct interview on our on behalf of our ministries. For me, you are talking to Gambians because we feel it. He who feels it knows it better. So it's better when you go to the televisions and radio interviews. Let's just talk about the status quo because we feel it. You're talking to people who already feel what is happening. So you're not going to be bombastic with words. If you get bombastic, you're going to be reserved with your opinion because we know what is happening. So I think honorable minister, especially the Minister of Information, should know Gambians are listening. We are more better in processing information than the honorable Minister of Information. So when he goes to Peter Gomez, let him just say what is happening. Nobody is perfect. And nobody will say President Barrow's government should be perfect. That's not going to be the case. But at least when we go to the radio, when we go to the television, let's speak what is happening because we pay attention to every details and explanation. Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, my constituency, Latrikunda, I thank the Minister for Infrastructure. I fought very hard for Kankura Road. It's under construction. But the Cow Johnson Road from Cow Johnson up to Fajikunda Dumos is still pending. So many sections are already damaged. We go to the Darussalam Road, which is very disappointing. Because this Darussalam Road was procured, a contractor was identified, work is about to start. What the NRA and the ministry said, there is no money. That is very disappointing. And I only hope before December, this road will be constructed. Because after December, you are already an opposition. Honorable Speaker, the state has withdrawn the case against Usenu Bojang. They did withdraw. There is a notice. I already see in the Gambia legal.
Honorable, wait. You know he has 2 minutes, so minus 1 minute, and you will give him only 1 more minute. Or it's less than 2 minutes, so you minus in 1 minute, you give him 11 seconds. Give him 11 seconds. Yeah, you have 11 seconds to finish. Subtract 1 minute from his time.
Yes, another big challenge for this government is contract procurement, contract management, procurement, and administration. If you look at most of the projects are failing because of what the type of contractors we procure for our works. And for me, I told institutions several times, it's not an excuse. Because you own your bidding document. You want the kind of contractor you want. You're going to come and tell the National Assembly the contractor failed, the contractor don't have the capacity, the contractor don't have the equipment. No, why that? Because in your bidding document, you are very explicitly clear what kind of contractor you want. You want a fat contractor, big head with big head, small head. You have to put all of that in your bidding document. So why do you come back to the National Assembly and tell us my contractor don't have a capacity, my contractor don't have equipment, my contractor don't have personnel? These are excuses that are not acceptable. So the biggest problem for this government is contract procurement, contract management, and the contract administration. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, member for Latrikunda Sabiji. I now invite the member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And may I also join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Vice President and the Cabinet Minister present here, and the technocrats sitting, taking notes the issues raised during the Parliament argument debate. Honorable Speaker, before going further, I want to talk about issues in my constituencies. And this one, I have to address it with the Ministry of Basic and Secondary School. Last year, there was a difficult time for the people of Jimbala, the school located to Jimbala Kermalik, and those close to villages. they have difficult time to go to school during heavy rain, because there is a waterway whereby if it happens, it's difficult that day. On that day, there will be no schooling. So I report the matter to NRA and the ministry, but unfortunately, still now, they promised that they will bridge the area, but yet I want the minister to put his weight and whereby to make it to fast track, because we are fast approaching the rain season, whereby those kids can go to school at the time. And Honorable Speaker, again, the Honorable Vice President, the Minister of Works is not here, but you are representing the cabinet. In Kaur crossing point, there is between Kaur and Kung, for the people of Nyamina to cross to Kaur, to access their basic needs, Lumos, is a difficult moment for them at the right time, because the access to the ferries is difficult, because always there's a float in the other south bank, whereby we want the ministry to fast track and help those people, whereby they are able to access the market in Kaur. Honorable Speaker, today I don't want to talk much important. What comes to the debate makes me to talk about this, and this I have to talk to Gambian people, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, you see, being a parliamentary is not just a mere thing. You are elected in thousands of people. They trust you. You are their mouthpiece to represent them in parliament. It should not be only, occupying the seats, but then you have to represent their interests in the parliament. Honorable Speaker, you see, this country, we need to dialogue. Let's not see the president. Let's see the office. You see, each of us, who will be the president tomorrow, you will not know. But then you don't want my leader to be there. You criticize my leader, insult my leader, and if your leader is there, you don't want such things to happen. You see, today, President Barrow is occupying the office. We have to put all our hands on that to support the development of this country. If there is a time of politics, we all go for politics. But because this is why most of African countries cannot go far, because of the political system in the country. Because if I am doing my work, you've been the opposition, I think you're supposed to encourage me. If I make a mistake, you come out, you criticize me, I have no problem. But constantly, you have to criticize me with evidence and facts, whereby I will use those things to advance development of the country. But if you are criticizing with no facts, it's a problem. And Honorable Speaker, you see, I have to talk to the youths. Protests cannot develop the country. And let's not allow the politicians to use the young ones. Because each of these politicians, none of their kids are outside. Honorable Speaker. None of their families are outside. But if they get young ones, today you can see what has happened today. It's supposed not to. We as a country, we need to put our hands together and develop this country. Don't be used by politicians. Don't be used by me. In fact, if the young ones are out today, because the constitution guarantees them to go out, yes. But you being the parliamentarian, you have a place to occupy in the national Bantaba. Why are you going out for protest? You being a parliamentarian, those how to call it, people who are powerless, that are going to restrict, give you every powers, you to come here and condemn it, You go there and join them and protest. What sense is that, Honorable Speaker? Which logic is that? You should sit down today. What is happening in the country? You've been a parliamentarian, you address it with facts. But joining them, what is the difference? You and them, Honorable Speaker. There's no difference. I think members of parliament, we have all right to come here. What is not right, we put it right. Honorable Speaker, you've been a member of parliament. The only thing that you have to represent people correctly. You cannot be going outside, harassing, using your political, strategies whereby you might think that people will vote you in because of you are there with them. No, people are not sleeping. After all this, in fact, my last to the advice to the government, we are in a political season. Nothing should distract this country. Nothing should distract the president and the cabinet. Any decision that we are taking, let's make sure that we calculate the repercussion behind it. Because they want to stabilize the country. Destabilize the country, and we should not allow it. Everybody is here. I cannot go anywhere. You and I is here, we know. If this country is destabilized, where are we? I think we should put our hands together and develop this country. We should not allow the politicians, because I have seen politicians are out. That's supposed not to be. You go in there, what will change the difference? Nothing. Honorable Speaker. But then, Honorable Speaker, on that note, I'll take my seat, and my advice to the members of parliament, we are honorable members. People trust us, this is why we are here. If we cannot solve that problem, my brother, go and voluntarily resign and say, I cannot occupy that seat. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, the member for Lower Salem. I will now invite the member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. Being Minority Leader, I think I should be allowed, having exhausted my issues, I also respond to issues from the left wing. Honorable Speaker, Brikama North, the road construction in Brikama North, Jalba Road is in progress. I fear the completion of the contract as stated, the time frame as stated by the Honorable Minister. I hope there will be no further delay of the construction. Parato Bojankunda Bafuloto Road completed. Now to Bafuloto to Mandinaring in progress. However, from Buffalo to Brikama, nothing is said about it. Brikama Kasakunda Nyamfele Gunjur, the foundation stone was laid, and then the clearing of the site is in progress. Jambanjele Taibatu Kunkujang Gunjur Road is in progress. I'm interested to know the contract duration. Brikama Welingala was mentioned by the Works Minister, but up to now we have not seen any sign of the commencement of the road. Major streets in Brikama, the concern was raised that Minister promised to take action. Up to now, we have not seen anything happen yet. I mentioned them specifically, Kababaja Road, Newtown to Misira, Daru Hairu Mox Road, Chembuje Madina Mox Road, Brikama Daru Hairu Bohol, Sabukunda, Tutifal Road, Chembuje Mox Road to London, Nyambai Babagalde, Mox Road, Nyambai, Jambarsani Main Road, Jamisa Ice Plan Road, Jamisa Nilakoto Road, Jalambang Health Center Road, Jalambang White House Road, Jalamba Brikama, Jalambang Primary School Road, Jalambang Mansakoli Senior and Upper Basic School Road, and Brikama Jida Road. These are some of the major roads in Brikama that need immediate attention. We are there, we are willing to sign the social contract with the government. If the government fails to sign the social contract, will give the opportunity to the next government, inshallah, to sign the social contract. Issuance of ID card to Gambians outside the Gambia are precisely Mauritania, Gabon, and Togo. I will not know what justify the issuance of ID card instead of passport. Gambian outside the Gambia needs passport. I would not know why immigration decided to issue ID card instead of passport. And I want also to be informed the Ministry of Interior and Immigration to provide to this August Assembly comprehensive list of Gambians who were issued ID cards in those countries, their contacts or addresses in the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, I made that specific submission of the comprehensive list of Gambians who were issued ID cards in Mauritania, in Gabon, and Togo. Honorable Speaker, security concern in Fonyi mentioned. I had the press release from the early warning that displacement of foreign customers communities to the Gambia. When those communities are communities of the Gambia, I will not know how can a Gambian institution fail to know your own communities. This community that was said to be communities in customers, Jagin, Kamosor, Batendeng, Ajapini, Kainga, Gifanga, they are communities in the Gambia. The honorable members from Fonyi made mention of insecurities that the people of Fonyi are currently facing. To an extent, some schools, they find it difficult for the kids to go to school. I think these issues should be given immediate attention and concern by the security. Honorable Speaker, the Anti-Corruption Commission, I did mention in the adjournment debate, the bill was passed and then enacted in 2023, only for the commission to be appointed in December 2025. It's getting to 4 months. The commission is not operational. What is the level of commitment of the government in terms of fighting corruption? When Anti-Corruption Commission members are appointed 4 months, they cannot be operational. This is a concern. Honorable members, on the third term bid, I find it interesting to narrow President Barrow tenure to economic. Somebody said that the president has the moral authority to continue his bid for the third term. But with the economic presence, morally, the president should not continue his third term bid. The more he stays, the more economic stay in the Gambia. And we want to do away with economic. Economic has been in the Gambia since 2017. And then it came as a result of stabilization during the impasse. Then it was extended for 3 months in 2017. In June 2017, it was extended for 1 year. For the purpose of situation, the security situation was still fragile and domestic security reforms were not complete. Again, in December 2022, it was extended for further 1 year for the purpose of the security sector reform. And then in December 2023, there was another 1 year extension for the purpose of, again, what they call implementation of the TRRC. In June 2024, extended for 2 years. That means President Barrow's tenure is connected to economic. And economic must end. That's why President Barrow's third term should end. If it doesn't end, his tenure doesn't end, there will be no end to economic mission in this country. Morally, this alone is enough for him to reconsider his position to contest for the third term. We want to do away with him and then economic. Honorable Speaker, the next thing is acquittal and immediate rearrest. Acquittal and immediate rearrest in the Second Republic or in the last regime had been a troubling issue in this country. And then as Gambians, we don't want to see a replica or resurfacing of issues of that nature. I respect procedures, judicial procedures, but anything that is going to make the lives of the Gambia so uncomfortable, Honorable Speaker, this new dispensation, we respect this government will abide by the expectation of the Gambians. That's why I say we should close the chapter of acquittal and rearrest. Honorable Speaker, the state of the implementation of the recommendation of the FPAC and PEG Joint Committee recommendation on petroleum inquiry, I want the Vice President to inform us on the state of the recommendations. The government has almost accepted 95% of the recommendation, but what is the state of the implementation of those recommendations? Is getting to about 4 months. I want the Vice President. Are you the Vice President?
Point of order.
Can you point of order him? Then I can extend my time.
There is a point of order from the member of Central Body.
Honorable Speaker.
Central Body, yes. Go, no, don't go there.
Yes. It's not working.
Well, if you want, you can use his time. If you use his time, use your mic. Use your mic.
Honorable Speaker, 17F, Majority Leader is a very important person in this house. When his colleague is talking, we expect...
Move your raise, tell us your order. No, you are not meant to be debating. No, you are not meant to be debating. Just go straight to the point. No, Wata Kelajang, you are not meant to be debating. You are not meant to be debating.
Honorable Speaker, 17F, while a member is speaking, all other members shall be silent and shall not make unseemly interruption. Majority Leader, while minority was talking, he was making unseemly interruption. With Honorable Member of Sabasanja.
Honorable members, order. The honorable members for Central Badibu, the member for Kantora, Sabasanjal, the member for Lower Salum, the member for Birkama North, and every other members stop interrupting when members are speaking. Order sustained. The member for Birkama North, minority leader, continue.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, my official time is finished. Now my bonus as minority leader to respond to issues raised by the left wing. If you want justice, Honorable Speaker, just give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. Let me respond, because he is coming to respond to our issues. And I should also be given opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader. Honorable members, that's the end on my list, but I saw the member for Jimara raise his tag and Ronyani because I'm not sure whether you will still want to talk or you allow your leader to respond because you have ministers here who will. I'll give you a few minutes. Okay, all right. The member for Jimara, you have the floor.
Can we withdraw? Am I here to withdraw? Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to take the floor. I want to join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Vice President, Cabinet Ministers, and their technical staffs that are present here. And also to thank members that are able to make it up to this time, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am so much happy that I came after the minority leader. Yes. Because minority leader, I don't know why you have a problem with economics presence in the Gambia. Economics present, you are not feeding them, you are not accommodating them, and you are not doing anything for them. I am suspecting maybe you have another agenda that you are not talking about. Because, Honorable Speaker, these people know that with votes, with election, they are no more. So now they are thinking of something else. Honorable Speaker.
There is a point of order from the member for Brikama, not a minority leader.
Let me amplify.
Honorable Speaker, the honorable member for Gimara is making a very serious allegation against my humble self. That I said 29.5. That is, I would read it after. I'll just quote it after. Having expressed my concern on the prolonged and continuous extension of the economic mission in this country, economic or ECOWAS that is driving.
No, Honorable Speaker, he cannot debate. He cannot debate. Honorable Speaker, we will not allow him to debate. No.
No, honorable member for Brikama, not a minority leader, don't debate. Just go straight to a point of order and why.
Well, when majority leader was laying his foundation in building his...
No.
You accepted it. Fine.
No, remember last week?
Yes,
Minority leader, member during the Ramadan, there was a member, I said, we are not constructing buildings here. Don't lay foundation.
Fine. Honorable Speaker, I laid my position in economic, and the honorable member for Gimara is saying, I am not doing anything on economic. I'm not feeding them, I'm not giving them anything. I am a citizen of the ECOWAS community, and ECOWAS is responsible for economic.
No, we're supposed
to... Wait.
No. Huh?
Honorable Speaker.
No, Opanyomi, he's on a point of order. Minority leader, thank you. Honorable members, we had the point of order from the minority leader. That is, the member for Jimara is imputing improper motive on him by responding to the fact that the minority leader alleged that the ECOMIC should leave, and because of their continuous stay, the current government should end by December 2026. And the member for Jimara asked a rhetorical question. The problem of the minority leader or Gambia, whether the minority leader of the Gambia is expending of the economic are expended by the Gambia government. And minority leader is saying that is improper, imputing improper motive. No, I so disagree. The member for Jimara, please continue.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. And I don't want to believe English is his problem because he's a senior member. When I mean you, I am referring to the Gambia, not you as a person, if you understand it that way. Because, Honorable Speaker, I had, Honorable Speaker, for me to continue, Honorable Speaker, I had some people, some members talking about the economic stability of the country, that the economy is not doing well. Honorable Speaker, I think it's like members don't want to read. This Sona that we just read, that the president has delivered, extensively a few days ago. Honorable Speaker, if you look, go through the Sona speech, you will see that the economic stability and economic growth and stability has really done well. Under the leadership of His Excellency President ADAMA BARROW and his able and gallant ministers, we are able to, boost the economy of the Gambia to a level that we are not expecting. Honorable Speaker, look at the, if you look at the Sona speech, according to the Sona, the real GDP was estimated at 5.9% in 2025, up to 5.7%. This is not just a number. To me, this is really significant. Inflation also, they indicated that inflation from 10.2% has gone down to 6.6%, Honorable Speaker. These are not just mere numbers. This is a true reflection of a visionary leadership and also a serious government that is ready to uplift the life and livelihood of the people that they serve. Honorable Speaker, the government of the Gambia, under the leadership of His Excellency, President of the Republic of the Gambia, I think my time, there's something wrong with my time, Honorable Speaker, right? Yeah. No. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the infrastructure, the area of infrastructure, the tremendous job that has been done over the years. Since 2017 to date, about 1,200 kilometers of roads that were constructed and delivered to the people of the Gambia, including the 84 kilometers of the famous Sakala Road. Honorable Speaker, let's go to the energy sector also. Universal access to energy. This was a wild dream that majority of the No. Okay, Honorable Speaker, I think here I can have 5 minutes. Okay, Honorable Speaker, thank you. Just to conclude, I want to thank the government for all this development that I highlighted. But despite all this development, my constituency, Jimara constituency, is still, grappling with some hardship when it comes to feeder roads. Bad roads in Jimara is causing a lot of hardship. Yes, it's causing a lot of hardship for pregnant women that are trying to get to rich health facilities. Also, I have a school in Sotuma, Astafula, Sare Sambatako. This was a school that was built by the government. We thank them for that because during rainy season, it was very difficult for the student to get to Gambisara. But now we have a problem. The solar system that was there is no more working. I want to appeal to the Minister of Basic and Secondary Education to help us.
Thank you, the member for Jimara, and then finally the member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I would like to seize this opportunity to thank the people of Nyani and on their behalf recognize the presence of His Excellency the Vice President together with the Cabinet Ministers and their technical staffs. Honorable Speaker, the type of president that we have is someone who listens and someone who is action-oriented. Honorable Speaker, it was in this very parliament when I debated about a woman who was on a donkey cart to be rushed to the hospital, and unfortunately, she couldn't make it. And Alhamdulillah, with the government of His Excellency, yesterday, 2 brand new ambulances were handed over to the people of Nyani. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the issue of electricity, in those days when I was crying here, debating about electricity, it was only 9% in Nyani. And with the intervention of the current government, it has been boosted to 34%, even though there are still some villages that is yet to be electrified. Honorable Speaker, looking at the key developments in the education sector, such as the significant enrollment growth and access, that is the 80% for boys and also 90% for girls in 2023 is a great achievement. If you also look at the madrasa integration, that is the Gambia Madrasa integration strategy that was launched in June 2025 to integrate traditional madrasa education into the national development agenda is also another key achievement in the education sector. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the medical sector, that is health, if you look at the key developments in health, there was launch and expansion of the National Health Insurance Scheme. And also, someone talked about the infrastructural developments. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the key developments, I quote, new hospitals construction is ongoing or nearing completion for several facilities, including the National Emergency Health Center in Farato and a new hospital in Njau, and many more hospitals that are under renovation in the current government. And also someone talked about the 2022 incident, that's the 77 children. If you look at it, there is a regulatory reform. Following a 2022 incident, the government with WHO support overhauled its medication control agency. The agency is now conducting rigorous, meticulous scrutiny of every medical product entering this country. So that is also another significant achievement by the current government. Honorable Speaker, many people here talked about term limit, talked about the president leaving a legacy. I guess if we are to advise the president to leave a legacy by stepping down, they would have started from the man who have been contesting since 1996 to date. Would have advised him to step down and give chance to the young ones to lead. Honorable Jiba, Honorable Speaker, there is a member, that's the member for Fonyi Council, who talks about the competition in 2026. Seeing him in the race is just like a chameleon in the midst of rabbits. So on that note, I thank you.
Honorable members, I want to thank each and every one of you for that contribution, and I will now invite cabinet ministers to take part in the debate. And honorable members, if I were them, those members that just spoke and left, I was not going to answer the question or issues they raised, because they refused to wait for hear their colleagues and also cabinet ministers, because you cannot just come to the gallery and speak and go. Order, order. Now I will allow and invite honorable ministers, beginning with basic and secondary education, Dr. Abigato Drame.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Honorable Cabinet colleagues, Honorable Cabinet members, and technicians, government technicians here present. We thank and appreciate the concerns that are raised by different honorable members. In regards to education, the concerns raised are noted. I think the concern raised, some of them have to do with school facility, and just to reassure the honorable members that a lot of reforms and work are on the way, ongoing, to strengthen not only school facility, but the teaching and learning generally. And in terms of staff strength, also to enhance it so that the teaching and learning can be delivered with more quality. Again, lower basic school concern is noted, so we'll go back and look at what we can do to address the current challenge. Dalaba Basic Cycle School, the need for information communication teachers have been noted. And just to remind Honorable National Assembly members that a lot of efforts currently are ongoing to appoint teachers to fill the teaching gaps that we have in the sector. In terms of I think the concern raised regarding some of our students who are engaged on street interviews, I am hearing that for the first time. I know that a lot is happening in terms of engagements of the young people within their communities and on the streets, but this is noted. But I also want to indulge every honorable member here and parents and generally the Gambian people to support in providing the proper advice and guidance to the young people, especially if in the process they have been harassed. I don't think that is the work of only the ministry. We are not everywhere, but we can support our children and the community, the young people around by giving them the right advices in terms of engaging in any sort of street interviews that at the end of the day will, harass them. I am not sure that is the case, but whatever at the end of the day will not be beneficial to these young people, we should all put our hands together to give the proper advices and to help and guide them. And the concern raised regarding access and quality, actually this is part of the reforms. We are not only working hard to ensure that there is access to basic and secondary education, but also to strengthen quality. And that is why the reforms on strengthening foundational learning is taking different dimensions, including the introduction of the local languages. And we are happy that the policy regarding that has been passed by Cabinet to support the work that we have started. And we have assessed schools in terms of the delivery of quality learning, and we are aware of the performances of every school, both public and private. Engagements will begin very soon, especially with respect to those that are behind in terms of performance, to understand the circumstances leading to the poor performance and to support and be very clear about the direction of the ministry and our very soon, perhaps very strong stand on the intolerance. We wouldn't want to tolerate schools to continue in that dimension. We must all step up, both public and private schools, to ensure that we do our best in delivering quality services in terms of teaching and learning. So that engagement very soon will commence, as data has already been collected from both the public and the private schools. And I want to comment on the concern raised by the Honorable Member for Banjul Central. Among the concerns you have raised, you have talked about classrooms being overcrowded. And I want to say that based on the statistics, on average, we should look at it on average, the ministry has been able to walk along the standard of student to teacher ratio. At the moment, the standard is 45 students to 1 teacher, but we have by far been able to stand at 32, 33 students per teacher, so I think that's encouraging. But the overcrowded classrooms are in very minimal numbers, probably in the greater Banjul areas, and this is why we are strengthening and improving the number of classrooms within this area to ensure that we have more classrooms to accommodate the students in order to reduce the overcrowdedness of these classrooms. Examples of these in Serekunda, we launched 42 new classrooms recently, just to ensure that we decongest students in these classrooms for effective teaching and learning. We have taken note of the library services concerns raised regarding library services. It is our intention to make available teaching and learning materials in different forms accessible to the students, and I think reforms have begun in this direction in terms of also not only working to ensure that the physical libraries are enhanced to support the teaching and learning, but also to engage and to provide virtual libraries that the students can have access. Our island, Gambia, is a very good example that has begun, that have started, and we have partners that are ready to work with us to enhance it and to make it more user-friendly and accessible to our students across the country. But we'll continue to work with the National Library to support them to ensure that physical library services are also available in places that are needed. So we have taken note of that opportunity of maybe a Gamtel facility. We'll look at it and see whether there is anything as a sector with our sister or our other stakeholders, what we can do to see if potentially it can be used to support our work in the ministry. That is very, very well noted. Concern on Gain Sanjal is noted, and I want to tell the honorable member that this issue of teacher shortages are already being addressed. Very soon, new teachers will receive their appointment letters. That process has gone very, very far. We just want to have control, proper control of the teaching population of the ministry. It is by far the largest, with so many civil servants, and in the past it was difficult because teachers were indiscriminately abandoning their responsibilities, going on their own study leaves. And we have done a lot as a sector with support from the Public Service Ministry to address this concern. And at the moment, we are trying to stabilize, and recruitment processes have commenced. And like I keep telling the people, yes, it's the job of this government to create the enabling environment for everyone to have a job, but we wouldn't go for anybody. We'll go for the best in our communities in terms of providing the services of teaching and learning, because for far too long as a sector, the good work that the other ministers have started in terms of quality, we want to bring it back so that the students can have a very strong foundation in terms of education before they transit to higher levels. The concern of Honorable Member Central Badibu is well noted. I know we spoke about this severally. I have engaged my team on this matter. I think the first time you spoke to me about it, especially Sally Kenya matter, the concern. The feedback I got from this was that the student numbers are not there, and economically it was not prudent to continue with the school when the students could enroll in other nearby schools. But we'll still look at it. The Njaba and Kunda lower basic concern also is noted. We'll go back and review. The intention of MOPS is to ensure that the facilities and the school services is available across the country. We don't pick and choose, but of course viability is also very critical and important because our resources are scarce, and we want also our people and communities to support us so that we can get the students to the school, since education is free, both basic and secondary education. Fatima Senior Secondary School concern is noted. Generally, maths and science teachers in this country are very difficult to have in the numbers that we want. We are working very, very hard. In fact, we are now working to explore the potentials to have AI tutors in some of these areas that we really are challenged in terms of retaining and even attracting the right teachers. So we have seen what technology can do now. Some of these AI tutors are even more effective than human teachers, human beings. So we have begun work in this area. In fact,
order, honorable member for Fonyi Bintankrana, don't do it again.
In fact, already we have engaged UNESCO, and they are happy to allow the Gambia to go and have a study tour in Finland to perhaps learn how these countries have been able to effectively use AI in their teaching and learning. We will approach it differently because we have a different context, we have a different reality. I don't think anyone will accept or believe that technology can replace teachers. That's not the dimension we will be taking. The dimension we'll be taking is to use the potentials that AI has to support and enhance our teachers in terms of delivering the teaching and learning. The school that is raised by Honorable Member Lua Salom, I don't think I got the name of the school, but I know the concern you raised is that during the rains, students find it difficult to access the school because of the poor quality of the road. So I'll get the name of this school so that we take it up with perhaps other stakeholders to ensure that we address it, because the students, yes.
Honorable members, please don't distract ministers.
The students have a right to go to school, even if it rains. So I am very interested in knowing the school, which I will take from the honorable member after. And then the electricity challenge and concern raised on the Sare Samba Sakurai is noted. Already we have begun electrifying through solar some schools across the country. Right now we have provided solar facilities to over 800 schools. So this is a school that I will note and see if we can support them with solar before the NAWEC electricity reaches the area. If the NAWEC is already available, we'll look at and assess what the problems are to ensure that electricity is made available to the school. So the concerns raised all noted, not only this, but just to say to the honorable members and the executive that we are all, I think, working together for the betterment and prosperity of the Gambia. And we are all very happy, inshallah, to ensure that we follow the trajectory with very clear intentions. And with all your support, hopefully, we will all get to where we want to go together. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Basic and Secondary Education, Dr. Abibatu Drame. I now invite the Honorable Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, Professor Per Gomez. My aides were telling me, because the debate, I should have time the ministers, I said I forgot before the basic education took the podium, but I'm sure they will summarize. Honorable Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just want to use the opportunity to thank the honorable members of this August Assembly for the support and encouragement. So we will continue working with you to ensure that at the end of the day, the challenges highlighted earlier on when it comes to the funding, together with our colleagues from the Ministry of Finance, for us to be able to bridge that gap and also engage other development partners to address some of these issues. MOHAS is strongly convinced that there is no sustainable development, that there will be, no sustainable development if it is not anchored on human capital development. That to address also the irregular migration, commonly known as the bagway and so on, we need to deal with the root cause and not the consequences. Because one is, we identify the actors, they are the youths, more than 60% of this population, and then also a good number of them do not have the necessary skill sets to respond to the needs and aspirations of Europe. Because right now, these are some of the challenges. So if you go and you don't have the skill sets, then it's going to be difficult. I used to provoke people. I said, I'm here to see a medical doctor who has been deported because he did not have. Even when you have the papers, you will be helped to regularize. In essence, coming back to the main issue is skills. Skills and skills. And the Gambia government is working on, it's already developed, constructed regional Tibet centers, renovating as the case. Today, as talking, a full truck is now heading to CRR North, and then to be able to, because that Tibet center is ready now, so it's just the equipment. So and that will help also to their neighbors by the end of the year, also that Tibet center to be ready. These are new Tibet centers. One will be multi-purpose, the other one will be specialized in agribusiness, in the area identified as the bread basket of this country. We grew up in this country being told that is the bread basket. So that is the essence. So in the Honorable Speaker, Tibet demands funding. Tibet
is equipment. Tibet it cannot be abstract. So if we want people to move from the Wacharasu, perspective, and for them to understand and appreciate, they need to go to a Tibet center and then practice it. And our approach, our policy, is to have 70%, 30%. 70% practical and 30% theory. These are the issues that will help. So we are doing that, and God willing, also this year we'll start the construction of the other Tibet centers in Tujareng for the aquaculture and fisheries for the first time, and also we'll upgrade Ndemban, move the programs that are in Ndemban to Kanilai, and then now transform it into a Tibet Center on agribusiness. We also have funding for those ones and so on. So for Kanilai, we received some equipment. We will also do the inauguration very soon for those ones. Honorable Speaker, the work is still on at the University of Gambia, Farababanta campus, because that's our new academic Jerusalem. We will continue building, and you must have noticed, and we'll come back here again for the School of Medicine and Allied Health Sciences, and with 16 laboratories that will be there. And we'll also have some other works that will be constructed. And I am pleased to inform this August Assembly that God willing, this year, in the coming months, we will lay the foundation stone of the dormitories for the students, and work will start, and within a short period things will be in operation. In doing so, we've already developed plans also for phase 2 of USET, so that we come up with with new engineering programs for USET, God willing, most likely early next year, that phase will start. And then also, most likely this year also, for UEG, University of Education, the Gambia, formerly Gambia College, renovation will take place and new structures will be built for them. For Civil Service University, as you must have noticed these days, it was inaugurated now with their new logo and new system. The UTG have started moving to Faraba. So the Faculty of Law has moved to Faraba, then with School of Journalism. So they are left with the peace building. So when they all move, those structures will be handed over to Civil Service University. That's our approach, so that we don't have to take loans and grants for them. We just need to renovate. And then now the peace building will be renovated, and it will serve as the chancery building for this new Civil Service University. Then now UTG will now occupy their 7-story building at Faraba. Your Excellency, Honorable Speaker, to conclude, the Gambia government also is working on the SIE fund, sponsoring. There is around close to $400 million and has 3 windows. Window 1 is support the Tibet centers so that they can upgrade, both public and private. In this country, the moment you are recognized by NACA, and we give you support so that you renovate your structures and also buy teaching and learning equipment. That's window 1. Window 2, to give scholarship and stipend to the students in these Tibet centers, both public and private, the moment you meet the requirement. Then window 3 will be startups, those from the Tibet centers, and also youths who have good projects for them to also be supported. And this is what we intend to do for the next 5 years. And we will work with you and other development partners to continue pushing for human capital development in this country. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, Professor Per Gomez. I will now invite the Minister for Public Service, the Honorable Minister Babakar Boy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I don't think I have many issues raised that concern my ministry, but I just jotted down few. I just want to begin by appreciating the Honorable National Assembly member for Serekunda West, who actually appreciated my involvement in Serekunda. I mean, I'm sure some of you will be wondering, what has Honorable Babakar Boy got to do with Serekunda? That's my alma mater. That's where I attended primary school. And the situation, as he rightly said, was getting, very serious. One of the issues that I captured was to do with the salaries of civil servants, which the Honorable National Assembly member for Fonyi Bintankarana raised. I guess he's aware that last year salary increase took place, and it's an issue that we are very much particular about. And the strategy that we are actually employing is to make sure that it's not dealt with in an ad hoc manner. As we speak, we have a mission from the IMF. Okay. Okay. The strategy we are using is to have a wage bill modeling system that we will be using to determine when salaries need to be adjusted based on inflation, cost of living. So you don't have to wait until after 2 years and then you clamor for salary increase. It will be adjusted automatically based on this, indicator. So we are currently working with the IMF on that, to do that modeling. That's what's happening in many countries. Instead of having to wait for every 2 years or every 3 years and, increasing, the salaries. For the issue of the $250 allowance that Honorable Member for Fonyi Councillor raised, I have been informed that this 250 that is appearing in the pay slips of some staff, it is in addition to the new allowance that has been, introduced to replace the 250. It's basically affecting the police and the security. They were getting $250 as house rent, but that allowance has been replaced by another allowance. But we decided to maintain this because of the peculiarity of their accommodation, issues. So it's not that the 250 is just there. It is there in addition to another new allowance that has been created. Okay? So in effect, they have benefited more from the, we should have withdrawn it. But when the army, and the police put up the case, we decided that since the 250 is not significant enough, we can leave it there in addition to the allowances that they have been receiving as part of the salary increase. I think Honorable Speaker, these were the issues that, on the digitalization, which was mentioned, and it's an issue that actually cuts across our two ministries. That is the Ministry of Public Service and Digital Economy. The reforms are ongoing. As was mentioned in the Sona, we are planning to have some of the services that government is providing digitalized, and we've identified 5 to be launched with the MyGov. So these are things that we are actually working on together with the Ministry of Digital Economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the Honorable Minister for Public Service. Honorable members, I will now invite His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, Mr. Mohamed B.S. Jallow, to participate in the debate. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also take this opportunity to thank all the honorable members for their contribution. To start with, we say that we have taken note of all the issues that are raised. We may not be able to provide answers to all the issues now, but be rest assured that, as you know, our technical staff are here. They have taken note of everything that is said. But we just try to maybe provide some response to a few. Honorable Speaker, I think even in the debate of the Sona and today also, some members talked about the issue of giving opportunities to Gambian companies to compete. Honorable Speaker, I think the honest truth is that our main problem is our Gambian companies, whether it comes to construction, to ICT, whatever, procurement, we are not ready to come together as a consortium. This is one of the reasons why we are losing out. Government is always trying to encourage them to come together. By coming together, they have a better chance of winning this contract. And I think this is actually our biggest problem. His Excellency the President has always asked us to see how we can give advantage to government companies. And really, this is the problem. It's the main problem actually, because without that, you don't have the financial muscle to compete. Honorable Speaker, I take note of some of the issues mentioned about the National Museum. We take note of some of those issues. Now, the question was, what is the plan for NAWEC? Really, maybe I would link that with some of the comments on the SOEs. The SOEs, I think as we have said, yes, the honorable member for Brikama South, I'm glad that you are very passionate with this. The government is also very concerned. But as you are aware, for a long time, for many, many years, government actually have been supporting some of these SOEs. Instead of them paying dividends, government is giving them money in paying salaries. Quite a lot of them, government was paying salaries. You know, sometimes we'll come to cabinet and say, if you don't pay this, if government does not give them money, they will not be able to pay salaries for that particular month also. But with this SOE coming of the SOE Commission, I think that has now improved. And like I said before, even this, we are now some of them have started paying dividend. And we are expecting even, I think, at least 5 of them to pay dividend. But I think the bottom line is that government is not in the business of being a business, really. Government comes in just to make sure that to avoid market failure. But if you have competition in certain areas, government will definitely pull out. This is the reality. But when it comes to NAWEC, this is a national infrastructure that definitely has to be in the hands of government. We can invite partners to work with us. But right now, with all the improvement in terms of access to electricity, government wants to make sure that we invite private partners in terms of the production, all right, the generation aspect of it. Transmission and distribution, again, is a challenge. but we are also working with partners. Like I said, in terms of generation, I'm sure the Honorable Minister of Energy has mentioned the solar park in Sona. They have the 50 kilowatt actually had been tendered, and I think they are actually looking at that. But the extra 100 kilowatts, sorry, megawatts, not kilowatts. All right. Even my recent visit in Yaoundé, I had the opportunity of discussing with the president of the Africa Exim Bank, who are interested in helping us in that. Transmission and distribution, also NAWEC is trying to improve the lines to reduce the transmission loss. Right now, I think the transmission loss is about 25 to 26%. Now that has to be reduced with the new, which is actually very expensive. But that is the plan. That is the plan for. I mean, yes, some may question the figures, but really we have 90% access. But the plan is by the end of the year we actually have 100% access. Honorable Speaker, the ID card. Really, I have personally visited Mauritania, and the people there, most of the Gambians in Mauritania are actually those who are in these madrasas. They leave this country very young. Some leave at the age of 5, 6 years. All right? And then they go there to study Arabic Islamic education. When I was there were some people, because in those countries like Mauritania, all the time they secure the internals, the police will go around to check people's documentation. If you don't have your ID card, they arrest you and just throw you to the nearest border. This is the problem. Like I said, when I was there were people who were in their final year of exams and they had to be deported. That means they couldn't take exams. This is the reality. Yes, normally you will expect them to have passports, but because they go by road and the ID card is accepted, this is where that challenge is. My recent visit to Yaoundé, I was also confronted by some Gambians there. Their cry is the documentation. Some of them, like, some of these French-speaking countries in general, all right, they normally go around to check people's documentation. They can find you in the market selling without documentation, you are in trouble. This is what they are crying about. So really, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I beg your indulgence to really help support government in this endeavor. We have our Gambians who are really suffering because of the lack of documentation. In Yaoundé, in fact, I think the embassy is in Nigeria, in Abuja. They actually gave them some consular cards, but the consular cards lasted only 2 years, and they all expired, and they are still crying. I think this is yes, I agree. I mean, the honorable member for Birkama North is saying we need to know the numbers. I agree. I'm sure the Minister of Interior and the Department of Immigration will be able to provide you with the numbers. But really, these are real felt needs of our Gambians outside in these areas. Honorable Speaker, I thought the Honorable Minister of Digital Public Service was going to talk about the Sukuta Women's Market because he's chairing that committee, even though the member for Sani Mentoring has left. But I think it's important to inform this August body that actually government is doing a lot, and they are discussing with the community, and they have almost finalized as far as that market is concerned. Honorable Speaker, the question of GINAC, I think, has been coming up, but just to inform this August body that His Excellency President actually has directed that a committee be set up to visit GINAC to look at all their requirements. And I'm sure they have already started work. Yes, what they were involved in was illegal, but because they have been doing it for many years, it has become their livelihoods. But government is really serious to look at all their social needs and try to see how to solve them. Honorable Speaker, the member for Birkama South talked about Birkama. The hospital is still in progress. It's not abandoned. is still planned. We take note of the water issues that you have raised. The drainage system are still part of the plans. But I think, Honorable Speaker, you realize that drainage systems are actually very, very expensive. It's not just for Birkama, but the plan is for all major centers. All towns really should have proper drainage system from throughout the whole country. But we've already started discussing with potential partners, but as you may be aware, for some of these high cost-intensive projects, you need loans to do that. And right now, getting loans is a problem, particularly with this issue of our discussion with IMF. Unless it has a 35% grant element, it's going to be a challenge. Sorry, I thought the member for Nyanja has left. But yes, the street lights, yes, I mean, we take note of that. Even the market, is still on the plans. We also take note of the issues raised by the member for Nyanja in terms of the furrows, the Banta furrows. We take note of that. The security bills that have been raised by the honorable member for Fonyi Kansala, we take note. Really, I think we'll take it, my staff are here, we'll take it upon ourselves to follow up with the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Justice. But like I said during the Sona debate, really a lot of these actually have passed cabinet. So I don't know what is holding, but we'll take note. We'll take it upon ourselves to make sure that these things move. Because even for the immigration bill, we are aware that it's a game changer and it's going to provide a lot of resources for the government. Again, maybe the Minister of Public Service has stepped out at that time because the member for Fonyi, Jarol, raised the issue of the odd list that used to accompany ministers. Again, I stand to be corrected, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm not sure whether that has changed, the policy has changed, but again, we'll cross-check. I think the policy might still be there, but we'll have to confirm. The public service has also addressed the issue of the transport allowance and the house rent. But again, just to reconfirm that the TACOS is actually being implemented in phases. Hopefully, the full implementation would be the fiscal year of 2027. On that, I thank you.
Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, I want to thank you sincerely for staying and always for answering to the call of the National
Honorable
Assembly
Speaker.
and participating in the debate.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, may I now call upon the majority leader and mover of the motion to respond to issues raised and to wind up the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, going by my list, I have about 34 members.
You have to summarize what?
34 members that took the floor and debate on the adjournment debate. However, in the interest of time, I will not respond to everybody because issues are cross-cutting. And of course, when the ministers responded, they have really indeed helped me in my response. Of course, with His Excellency the Vice President. Permit me before I respond to appreciate His Excellency the Vice President of the Republic and the entire cabinet ministers here seated with us since morning, even though some members took the floor and left, which was not really apt. Honorable Speaker, Well, Member for Nyanija's commendation. Jokadu, your concerns are noted. Opesalum, of course, it has been addressed by the minister. Joshua, of course, we know there are so many roads that need to be constructed. But of course, I'm happy that you report that some are also under construction. But I agree with you, of course. The Canifing South Road and many other roads within Joshua need to give attention. Nyamina can assure you, the government is ever committed and ever ready. Very soon, and I repeat, very soon, we are going to lay foundation stone in the Nyaminas. Rest assured. Honorable Minister, that takes me to, of course, the issue of Museum Banjul Central. I wouldn't say anything. It has been adequately addressed by the Vice President. Sanem Menterek. Of course, I don't think I should really waste my time on answering such. But of course, let me make it very clear. The Anti-Corruption Commission, I will repeat, government is ever ready in terms of implementing that. That is why they come up with the bill, haven't enacted, passed. They also brought forward here the commission members. And Keon West. I think it's important for us to understand the roles of independent institutions. And government, this government has, since inception, give total freedom and respect to independent institutions. Probably he doesn't really understand the history behind this country. With this parliament, it is under His Excellency President ADAMA BARROW that we had our autonomy. In fact, the National Assembly Autonomy Bill came from the executive. If you go around the globe, usually the legislature and the executive, they are always in loggerhead in terms of getting their freedom. But because the man believes in democracy and rule of law, he now brought a bill that he is enjoying here today. What's any facility that he's enjoying today was brought by the government. And I think it's really unfair to allege that the failure of the draft constitution was in the making of His Excellency the President. It's really unfortunate. And it's really unfortunate. Like I said, having given the rare privilege to represent the people does not give you unchecked rights just to come here and make serious allegations and pack your things and go home. You should be ashamed of yourself because you are sent here for a purpose, and that purpose is representation. If the ministers and the vice president of the public can sit up to this odd time to listen to your concern, how can you come and just make a submission and leave? And of course, I want to concur with the submission by member for Lower Salem. You have been voted. You have a platform where you can really address concerns of the electorate. You didn't do that, but you rather took on the street without taking necessary documentation. We are not anti-demonstration, but you must also know that there are laws governing this country. The Public Order Act is very, very, very clear. You must go and get a permit to demonstrate. As a member of parliament, it's very appalling and very ashamed to take on the street to join those people who haven't got a voice. You are the voice of the voiceless. You should be here to really anchor this thing and condemn such. But instead, you took up the street thinking that that will own your vote. You are misleading and you are mistaken. So, Honorable Speaker, Sami constituency, of course, he's not here. But of course, no matter how he says, he appreciates the construction of roads and necessity in his constituency. That is a clear manifestation that this government, irrespective of political affiliation, we are giving development to every country, every corner in this country, every constituency. It is not the era of jerry picking that you support me or not. I wouldn't bring development to your constituency. And it is also misleading to say that sick patients are sleeping on the floor in hospital. I mean, I keep on saying that members of parliament should really go beyond these things, should really go beyond waters. You can't stand here and make those reckless, unchecked remarks when you are confronted with, you cannot really give any proof. How can you stand in these hollow chambers? We understand that the parliament does enjoy immunity, but does not give you those latitudes to make reckless remarks that you know that you cannot even prove that. How can you say in this country that if you go to a small stage hospital, patients are lying down on the floor of the house? It's sad. Member for Fonyi Bondali, of course. I agree with you that there is need for us to address reckless driving in this country. And I think the licensing regime need to be looked at, and the authorities who normally give licensing should really make sure that every driver goes under a test. Not only roadworthiness of the vehicle, but your ability to drive safely in our roads is very important. So there is a concern for us to address reckless driving as well. Of course, Law Badibu, the term limit, of course, has been addressed by so many members of parliament, but I will really conclude on that term limit. And Banyu North, of course, sewage, I think the minister has also. Of course, this is a ruling, court ruling, that your mayoress or mayor cannot really give attestation. And that's the verdict, and we stand by it. Let me appreciate my own brother from the northern part of the country, the north bank of the country, that is Right Honorable Member representing the Sectorial constituency, for appreciating the efforts that we have really put in since we are thrusted with the mantle of leadership to champion the business of government in this house as far as representation is concerned. We appreciate your acknowledgement since we assumed the leadership mantle, and we thank you also. It is not the majority leader, but those that I lead. You are the ones that make the job very easy for me. With cooperation and understanding, I want to appreciate all of you for your continuous and unflinching support rendered to me during my tenure as majority leader. Honorable Speaker, let me conclude very quickly. Time has really gone very far. And I will conclude by saying a particular point that Member for Latrikunda Savage, who is an independent candidate now, there's a reason why he's not seated where he used to sit, and because of betraying the trust and confidence of his party, because of a mayor, a local area council headed by a mayor, and because of not also believing in the party principle. So he made mention about the living conditions, that a bag of rice is 2,000. Probably he's not really au fait with the market. Actually, price of rice has really dropped down significantly in this country. And this also deserves commendation by government. I don't know where he got his scorecard that road construction failed. If there's road construction that has been failed in this country. Anyway, I think he was just making rhetorics and also jokes. But those things are falsehood. They are negation to the current reality. So they don't stand really, they don't stand water in terms, I don't know where he got the statistics. But of course, he's in a canoe that has no destination, because you left an established political party to a movement. So I expect him to be saying that. I'm not using the political platform for this. So, honorable member, yes, Banyu Central, I agree with you. This issue of lands coming, but very soon, the Minister of Land and Regional Government is coming with a land policy. I mean, these estate regulation to regulate our estate agencies as well. And of course, I want to also reassure member for Brikama North, and minority leader. That of course, there is so much of road construction in Jaliba Road under construction, Bafuloto, Jambandeli, Tubakuta, and others. This is a clear manifestation that the government is really prioritizing road construction in this country. And every single development, the backbone of development is road infrastructure. That is what the government of the day understood and prioritized road construction. And I think we deserve a tap at the back for constructing those roads in your constituency, regardless of your political affiliation. Like I said, we will be there at every doorstep to give you development priorities. And lastly, the economic is here to stay. The economic is here to stay. I repeat, please, member for Williams, can you behave? The economic is here to stay. If you really go back memory lane, the ECOMOG soldiers in Sierra Leone, how many years did they spend there? In Liberia. We are not really, we have to be appreciative of the intervention made by ECOMIC and ECOWAS as an institution. This country was at a crossroad. This country was very closer to a civil war. They came to rescue us. Now that we are enjoying the uninterrupted peace, we are asking them to leave. They are here to consolidate on those gains as far as security sector is concerned. If you are driving from Banjul safely to your home, someone's brother, mother, and father is on the streets protecting your life and property. And that is the fundamental social contract that exists between the state and the government. That if you elect me in, you must guarantee me those fundamental issues. The social contract that exists between His Excellency the President and the Gambian people is to ensure protection of their life, which is very, very paramount, and their property. And that's what we are doing. So therefore, there is no issue of caricaturing or rigmaroling that ECOMIG must go. ECOMIG is out of state. And issue of term limit. Term limits, I think, members of parliament, we should be the guardians of constitutions. We must at all time, stand to defend the constitution. That's what we swore up for. When this 3-year judgment came to be, we were part of members of parliament with Honorable Alpha, members of Serekunda Alpha Sallah, that defended that the constitutional power, the dictate must prevail. And who? He said that. So basically, the issue of term limits does not exist in the first place. So we should not really labor on issue of debating issue of term limits. Instead, let's join hands together. I said it here in the Sona debate that President Barrow, it is in the best interest of the opposition that this president remains. So therefore, we should all stand for his continuity so that the development he has initiated will not be interrupted. If you go to Rwanda, for instance, it is not a rocket science why Rwanda has developed. It's because they have an uninterrupted political leadership in that country that has tantamount to the steady growth and development they're enjoying today. Gambia also should be in that trajectory to stand with His Excellency President Barrow to make sure that those continued development, the renewed hope that Gambians are yearning for, are accomplished. It's very, very important. So therefore, I call all and sundry, both sides of the house, to stand resolute behind the NPP-led government to support and deliver His Excellency President Adam Barrow come 2026 December back to State House. Honorable Speaker, we stand with the people of Fonyi. What is really happening in Fonyi is really unfortunate. But we need to also understand that if government of the Gambia give a remark on the war that is happening in Gaza or any other country, that is a war. There is no war in Fonyi. We must be able to differentiate that. There is an interruption as a result of the Casamas rebellion movement. We will stand with you, we'll support you, and of course, the Office of the Vice President with the NDMA will give necessary assistance as far as the people of Fonyi is concerned. Those displaced and also the schools. Honorable Speaker, to conclude, I think if anybody who is here to clamoring for limitation of terms in any leadership capacity, we must start from political parties. Every political party is a government in waiting. And as such, we must show example. So there must be an internal democracy in your party first before you can have the latitude and the guts to come and question someone again to come down. So, Honorable Speaker, like I said, I wouldn't want to take long time to really debate on this, but to appreciate our members of Parliament, both sides of the House. I thank you so much for support. I thank you so much for service to nation. What you are doing is very, very important. And I thank you for your unflinching commitment to the service entrusted to you by your very electorate. Honorable Speaker, lastly, I want to thank the good people of Kantora constituency for trust and confidence reposed in me to represent them here. Equally, to also appreciate His Excellency the President for the trust and confidence he reposed in me to lead his business in the House. Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for me.
Thank you, Majority Leader and Member for Kantora, for responding to issues and winding up the debate. The member for Woolly is please stop that. Honorable members, I want to thank all of you for your intervention, and this brings us to the end of this ordinary session, but the committee oversight works continues. Before putting the question for this assembly to adjourn sign die, I wish on behalf of both sides of the assembly, and indeed my own behalf, register our appreciation to His Excellency the Vice President, Mr. Mohamed B.S. Jallow, and honorable ministers for the cooperation during this ordinary session. The presence of the executive to witness the adjournment debate also affirmed the relation between the organs of the state. I also wish to reiterate our thanks and appreciation to the members of the media fraternity, as they are the medium through which the work of this assembly and its committees reaches the people. Their cooperation and partnership is always cherished, and we hope it will continue. To our electorate and the Gambian people, we say thank you very much. And once again, we remain indebted and grateful to the office of the clerk, of course, the clerk of the National Assembly and staff, in particular, the table office and the legal department of the National Assembly Service, for the continued and invaluable services they continue to render to us. I want to thank you all. On that note, honorable members, while wishing you a very good rest of the night, be it resolved that this honorable assembly do stand adjourned, do adjourn sign die. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This assembly now stand adjourned sign die.